Good morning. Welcome, everybody. Call the meeting to order at 9:01. And we'll start with our brief land acknowledgement that we acknowledge the Indigenous peoples and ancestors whose lands we now share. We can move on to the agenda. 2.0, there's some additions on page 1 and on page 3. Anybody have anything else to add? If not, the motion to accept the agendas with additions. Councillor Judd, all in favor? It's carried. Minutes from our organizational meeting on October 28th. Any discussion? If not, get a motion to acknowledge receipt of the organizational. Councillor Decken, all in favor? Carried. And then the minutes from our regular council meeting on the 28th. Any discussion? There's none. Get a motion to acknowledge receipt. Gary, Councillor Thies, all in favor? It's carried. You have a couple of delegations. One
James, we have it. What's it?
The computer is acting up and being extremely slow.
I'm sorry.
There's a little lag when she types and it actually shows up on screen.
Oh.
You can do that.
Good morning.
Morning.
You ready to go, Susan? No.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so we'll come back to our delegations and they show up. We have one here, but he's not scheduled till 10. That's okay. He can wait.
No, he's not
No,
on five.
he's the early one.
Oh, it's Dixonville's at 10. Sorry, I got them backwards. Okay, well then for me, delegation table here.
Sure.
Um,
I did prepare a video. That's all set for us.
So while we're waiting to set that up, Remy, we'll just introduce council to you and you can introduce yourself.
Sounds great. I'll just take 1 second to bring up papers here.
John? Good. Yeah, Johnson D, is that the Nola? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll start down to my right here, Councillor Reese.
Morning, Brett Reese, David Senegal.
And good morning, the Halibusky is absent today. She represents Kid River Carpenter.
Okay.
Teresa,
So I'm Teresa Tucker, executive assistant.
And Gareth speaking on the CR.
Right.
Reeve Terry Ungarian, Hawk Hills, Hotchkiss.
What are you deck and North Star Breaking Point, Ward 5?
I do.
Brandy Usinski, Dixonville Shoe.
Gary Case, Ward 1, Riverville.
And Kayla Sugar represent Ward 2, Warrensville, Blackbird.
We have a couple of new people in the room too.
Josh Hunter, Director of Finance.
How you doing, guys?
Charles Schwab, Director of Public Works.
You are,
I am Torme, Vance Lake, owner and founder of Move Up Magazine.
okay, so we're just trying to get your video up here.
I brought a couple of magazines that you guys are welcome to flip through while the video is on.
These are hot off the press.
Sure, if I can. Thank you so
Are
much.
these the ones we have received? It's
Yes.
in our,
Yeah, you guys have probably already had a look at them, and I just thought it might be a good reference point while we're doing this. You click one too, I think.
I've already read it.
Okay, cool. I found it. Yeah.
So this one,
Trinity makes sure everyone gets one.
Oh, wonderful.
Got quite a few of those on home, I think.
Yes, you do. Yeah.
Okay.
And while the video is on, is there a way to dim the lights a little bit? Is that the thing we could do? I don't mind doing it. Okay.
we've all got it on our monitor too.
Oh, I see. That's how it's set up. Okay.
You know, put it mic to your laptop speaker. So now, you're still, like you just,
If it works, it works. Sometimes the technology, there's lots of workarounds, so.
we're trying to budget to get an upgrade here, so.
Is this a Bluetooth speaker? Could a person, okay, I wasn't sure.
It'd been way easier with Bluetooth.
Right.
USB.
I see. I don't have, I'm not sure if I could problem solve here, but I do have it on my laptop if a person could plug into the system, but I don't have an HDMI cord with me.
I'm sorry.
No worries at all. Let me know if I can help.
The window has to make sure it's.
Looks like you're gonna have to do the live version.
Yeah.
What's the?
I can play, but it's not gonna be very loud.
How about you put it?
We can try that.
Oh, that's pretty loud.
Hello, council. Good morning. We are 28 Janelle Lansley, founders and publishers of Go Out Magazine. We're excited to present to council today, so thank you for inviting us. This is a great opportunity for us to touch base with you and provide an overview of our 12-year partnership with the County of Berlin. We want to highlight where the idea for Move Up came from and how we're here to help the county reach its goals. We'll also go over your ongoing financial commitment, the results of our readership survey, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions. We always want to learn how we can better serve you. But first, we'd like to take a bit of time to tell you about ourselves. Tremaine was born and raised at an 8-year street in South Michigan. His parents, Carol and Dave, moved out from Calgary in 1990. Carol was freshman at university and she had her first teaching job while at Dixon School. Tremaine was born 3 years later in 1985. Janelle was born in Edmonton in 1984, then moved to Meander River, a reservation 75 kilometers north of High Level. As a small child, she has fond memories running around the store her grandparents owned and operated. It was the old Hudson's Bay Trading Post and the only store in Meander River. Janelle's family later moved to High Level and then Peace River before relocating to the Dixonville area in 1997. We met at Dixonville School in 1998. For each other and me. We were junior high school students. After high school, we worked a few years before deciding for the University of Victoria at age 22. We were inspired and took our studies seriously. We graduated with degrees in media communications with distinction. Receiving Northern Alberta Development bursaries, we set out to return home after graduation. It was an 18-hour drive, and we discussed how elements would change. The more we talked, the more we realized how much potential there really is for growth in Alberta. An idea for a business came to us during that drive on December 16th, 2010, and our vision from that day forward has guided us and informed our careers ever since. Our plan was to unite Northern Alberta and to help it grow.
It took a few years to secure a loan, and we launched our alternative arts and culture newspaper called The Vault Magazine in 2011, which we published for just over 2 years. Long story short, our alternative approach engaged readers throughout the region, but it did not secure sufficient advertising dollars to be sustainable. In 2012, Tori arranged a big meeting with Eleanor Club, the County of Northern Lights Economic Development Officer.
Eleanor invited us to speak at a meeting with 3 other economic development officers in the region. We discussed the prospect of publishing a new magazine, one with more of a focus on business and lifestyle.
We met with Eleanor, Matt Bergeron from Northern Sunrise County, Joanne Trudeau from Latin American Regional Economic Development, and Jennifer Norman from the River Regional Economic Development. This team frequently gathered because they believed in regional collaboration, which was our goals too. Our goal was to help unite the region and create a stronger sense of civic and regional pride.
Ongoing content creation that promotes business and lifestyle opportunities, as well as municipal services and programming, that was the ticket. Now, to do this job justice, we decided on a completely different approach, something elevated, classic, and timeless.
We immediately gravitated to a professional glossy mix. It costs much more than a newspaper, but it makes a much different statement. We named our new publication Move Up Mix. It speaks to growth and an elevated brand, and it also is a direct call to action. Move up to Northern Alberta.
From the outset, Move Up Magazine was born of regional municipal collaboration. Before the first magazine was even published, the town of East River, the town of Fairview, the MD of Fairview, TMI, which is now Mercer, and GPRC, which is now Northwestern Polytechnic, all came on board with ongoing partnership commitments. We're here to help our municipal partners achieve their goals.
In the County of Northern Lights' strategic plan, which aims to guide growth and development over the next decade, there's a strong focus on enhancing quality of life for residents.
Key topics are infrastructure, economic diversification, and community engagement. Your core values are transparency, sustainability, collaboration, and service excellence. These are all boxes we feel we help the county check off.
By partnering with 11 other municipalities, Move Up Magazine has been the county provides to its residents to help enhance quality of life. Move Up helps residents connect to their community and something that is so vital, especially for those living in rural areas.
The local and regional content we've created over the last 12 years is plentiful. County residents get to learn about what's happening in their own backyard, as well as learn about what their regional neighbors are up to. Again, it's all about connecting people to their communities and bolstering deeper senses of awareness, interest, engagement, and civic pride.
In terms of financial commitment, the County of Northern Lights' partner contributions have been $15,000 a year for the last 5 years. We're not asking for names. Our hope is to keep these commitments safe for years to come.
Here is a history of the county's financial commitment. In 2013, your spend was $3,500 per issue, and you received 2-page advertising. Now, this was twice a year, so the annual spend was $7,000 total.
In 2015, the county received grant fund matching from Travel Alberta and continued to contribute $3,500 per issue. At this point, we published 4 issues per year, so the annual spend was $14,000, grant funds included.
2018, 2019, the grant expired, so the county briefly decreased their spend for a couple of editions before increasing it to $10,800 per year. In 2020, the county increased its contribution to $15,000 per year to account for the cost of printing mail. In return, the county receives editorial coverage and thorough distribution. Plus, you get a full-page ad in every edition, which has a value of $8,100 a year all by itself.
Return on investment. With the help of our municipal partners, we have grown Move Up Magazine's reach and we've increased our circulation from 12,000 magazines per year to 22,000 magazines, 4 times per year.
Our distribution has evolved from having our municipal partners distribute the magazines for us to their residents and having the magazine available at various pickup spots through the region to mailing the magazine to every home and business directly, ensuring every mailbox receives it. We've increased our page count from 60 pages to 100 pages, which means a lot more content creation and coverage. Is Move Up Magazine working? We know we work hard to ensure Move Up Magazine is professional, engaging, and full of important local content. But what we needed to know was what degree people actually engage with Move Up and its content. So we surveyed 211 people from all over the distribution area, and we learned a number of things. First of all, we learned that we are reaching all adult age groups, and that residents are indeed reading Move Up Magazine. 95.7% say that they read at least a few issues per year. What's more, 81.3% of residents say that they read every issue. 75.8% enjoy reading local business features the most. But most importantly, drum roll please. 99% of readers say they find the information in Move Up useful. And 90.4% say Move Up helps connect them to their community. Another 6.2% said they were unsure. How much are they engaging? Well, 81.5% say that they read at least half the magazine, which is good. However, we are very proud to see that 55% take the time to read Move Up from cover to cover. So that is our presentation. We would like to thank you, council, for taking the time to hear our story and how we've committed our careers to partnering to promote and grow the region that we are so proud to be from. Thank you.
I also want to add to that. I believe, do you guys all have a handout that's like a 2-page there in front of you? There's a reference to in anticipation for this delegation. We did a little kind of mini survey in the Dixonville area, and I think that on your sheet it says that we have 10 respondents. And then so the next day we received 8 more, so we have 18 respondents, and all 18 people say 100% they enjoy receiving it in the mail, and that it does help allow them to feel connected to their community. And I just have a couple of quotes from those respondents in Dixonville. I always look forward to read about the new businesses in the area. Look forward to the magazine. Wish it came out more often. It's nice to see local business profiles and stories of people that have moved to the region. Always a great read, great photography. Usually read it from cover to cover. Enjoy your features on local businesses, and very informative. Lots of businesses I didn't know were there. So happy you educate us on what's available. So that was just from this last week. Please.
So from the 220 readers that you guys interviewed or
surveyed,
what was the demographics age-wise?
Actually, so go ahead and you have that magazine in front of you there. I think it's in the first 5 pages. There's a little bit more information on that. So the demographic of ages is the spot here on page 4. You see there? Yeah. So 197 of the 211 people offered their age up to us. Not everybody wanted to give their age, but almost everybody did. Yeah.
The demographics, media demographics for age related, I think it's 52 or 53 is the average of our county. 52 or 52.
That's actually I think that's our average age of our readers. I think 52 or 53. Yeah. Yeah.
So how is this distributed? Like, we used to get it in a mailbox. I don't know if we still do, or like you have to pay postage then?
We do. We pay postage. Like, have you received this magazine in your box?
I used to, and I'm sure we must still.
Because the thing with that is I have been working with Canada Post quite a bit recently because I have had a few people who have said that it's more sporadic than it should be. We pay Canada Post for everybody to receive it. So I'm making sure that we're getting our money's worth with them. So I have a contact there. And we're kind of working on that. I feel like the amount of people that are perhaps not receiving it is under 5%. It's a Canada Post discrepancy that we're working on fixing. So
And then I think there's always copies here at the county office, right?
yeah, we send copies in addition to.
So obviously they're not addressed, then they're just stuffed in every mailbox.
Exactly. So generally, there's two different ways to mail them out in an unaddressed way. Usually it's just like for like flyer mail. So if you receive flyers in your mail, but you can opt out of flyer mail and say, that's not something I would like to receive. However, because this is a community content, we were able to, I think it was in 2021, we were able to get special permission from Canada Post for everybody to receive it, the same as a government mailing, the same as a community newspaper.
Even if you opted out of flyers.
Exactly, indeed.
So I just see like the town of High Level, town of Manning aren't part of your partners,
Indeed,
but they would still get it though, right?
they do. And so, but
Max of.
that does happen indeed. I mean, it's a collaborative, endeavor. The whole thing is an initiative for the whole region. So there are places that receive, because others opt in for them. Because it's important for us to. I mean, we can't have a hole in High Level. We High Level did partner with us for 4 years, and there was changes in administration and in the council, and they made a different choice. So they haven't been. In the meantime, Ready and Mackenzie Frontier Tourism both partner, and the town of High Level pays into those. Exactly. So, but we couldn't just say, well, now we're not going to send to all the residents at High Level. A big reason for that is because a lot of the people in Mackenzie County, they received their mail in High Level. So now they would be being penalized because they get their mail in town, right? So
Most of us here, we get our mail either Grimshaw, Peace River, or Manning. So if you opted out, then you would be.
yeah. So we don't want to have like a hole in our distribution map, like the map that you see there on the screen, as well as in the issue here. In that entire 22% of Alberta, everybody is supposed to receive one, as long as Canada Post is fulfilling their commitment.
No, just curious is all. I'm not
Yeah.
saying it's wrong or anything. That's we have the same issue with our local newspaper, right? Where how do we distribute it without addressing it individually? We just stuff everybody's mail.
And as soon as you address it, you triple the cost.
Really?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, plus somebody has to take I guess that would be part of the cost, right?
No, that would be an addition.
No, but I mean, like who does
The
that?
labeling of all of the actual, that would be an addition. The postage itself would be triple the cost.
And plus you have labeling.
Then you have to pay more money to have somebody do that. Yeah.
So, but obviously you're here today, our contract must be expiring or.
No, there's nothing like that. We were just asked to come in. So I think that perhaps what it was is you guys are, budgeting and everything. And there was just kind of a question, well, this is how much we're spending. Maybe you should come in and just kind of, get everybody up to speed on what we're doing and how things have been going. And so we're just hoping, we don't actually have a formal contract. We just kind of go from year to year with all of our municipalities. And we just kind of assume that we're partnering until there's a concern. And if there's any concern, we try to work it out. And obviously it's the choice of every council, but we do have 11 municipalities that are all working together. So.
And I think our preliminary budget, we did irritate that again, right, for.
Yeah.
For Mark,
Yeah, the way it's set up is it's ongoing until it's canceled.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So if we want more county content, then we have to send it to you.
That's not necessarily true, no. So the way that we do it is we do a couple of emails to our contacts in the administration, and anybody on the council is also welcome to. We can add you guys to those emails if you'd like, if anybody wants to, because we've noticed with certain other councils that some of the people are like, hey, add me to that list. So we just say, like, we're doing the next issue. This is kind of our loose theme. If you have any suggestions that fit the theme or ones that don't fit the theme, any press releases that you guys have. And so, there's kind of different levels of response that we get from different contacts. So some people are like, here's 100 things, and then some people are like, here's 2 things, and some people is like, here's nothing. We try to, every issue we do our best to just weight it so that there's, we purposely go through and say, how much do we have from Northern Sunrise? How much do we have from Northern Lights? How much do we have from Mackenzie? How much do we, and we try to kind of have a holistic sort of thing going. So if we don't want to add work for the administration to do. So if we don't receive any information, then we just do our best to find it on our own. Right. So to answer your question, it always helps if you guys give us more information. However, if you don't, we still look for it ourselves and we try to ensure that everybody's receiving coverage. Yeah.
So any thoughts? We had this discussion about our newspaper, about other printed media things. Seems like there's the newer generation is moving away from that. And do you forecast, do you see it on the horizon where like the readership now, kind of the baby boomers and down are pretty good, but the young generation it really declines? That'll continue, or do people's habits change as they?
I personally think that people's habits do change. I know that mine did. I know that when I was 18, I probably, honestly, probably wouldn't have. I know my wife would have read the magazine all the time if we were that age when it was coming out. But I think people's habits change to a degree. Also, I mean, part of it too is social media, online information. A lot of times it's a passive medium. So you're on it, you're plugged in, but you're not always retaining that information as well as when you actually like read an article. There's more context and depth into an article, and just the whole tactile aspect of holding it and feeling it. That plays a big role. I did notice that I think so. You guys in 2017 did a visioning survey. I think that's the last one that you guys did. It's just a little print off of what it was. But I noticed that on here, you surveyed everyone in the county to see how they were receiving, where residents go to get county information. And at that time, we weren't on here specifically, like Move Up wasn't one of the boxes to check when people did it. But it says county newsletter and newspapers are the two largest places that people are getting the information. So again, it's the what's written down in the mail. It's all local, rather than when you're going online, you're seeing people from all over the world, of course, right? So yeah, I think that it makes sense to have it in print so that you can hold it, and it's thorough coverage and it's everything local.
You have an online version of this available?
We do, yep. So every issue, it's kind of a long story to that, but I'll keep it short. We've always put up the magazine online on our website, and but we found that it's best to put every article individually on the website rather than just to be like, here's a version of the the print version online, and that was actually because there's a company in the States that does this with a lot of different magazines. They hunt around and they find stories, and then they contact the people and say, let us make a plaque for you and you can put it in your office or whatever. And they pretend to be affiliated with us. And so we have actually tried to pursue legal action with her in the States, and it proves to be difficult. So I finally talked to the owners and they've assured me that we're no longer on the list. But anyway, that's a long answer. The short answer is yes, it's online.
Well, I think it's pretty unique that not many areas of the province have such a thing, right? That I know of anyway. I mean, I guess we wouldn't get it, but do other.
Well, what I was going to say is that, a place like Edmonton is going to have, a lot of local print content. And then, people in Sherwood Park or, people, from around the area of Edmonton, are all going to see it. I like to kind of think of our region in Northern Alberta as, a bunch of boroughs of the same, we all have the same things in common. We all drive 50 kilometers to go to work or like whatever it is, right? we have so many things in common, but usually we don't know what's going on in Fairview. We don't know what's going on in High Level. We don't, because it's just that much further away. So I think it is unique. The partnership with the municipalities is very unique. But the idea I don't think is unique of having media for people who have common interests and common backgrounds and stuff. It's an interesting thing that we're so geographically spread out here. But
We may have a news story for you in your spring edition.
of course, please.
We got a new position coming to town, so
Excellent. And that's on the back of the retention and yeah, excellent.
we'll keep us spot for that.
I will. I can text you about that or reach out.
With their CEO.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I remember when you came in, and I think at that time we wanted to do a story, and I think that you said, let's just hold off until I've had the position for a little while. Yeah. Yeah, no, that would be great. I mean, people love the relocation stories. We get a lot of feedback about that. So
Yeah.
I notice you're not making eye contact with me. We gotta connect.
There's
Don't be shy.
So.
Oh, great. Well, that's a bigger story. Absolutely. Yeah.
Any other questions, Council?
It's a pretty ambitious project to take on, starting a magazine from you. What was some of the biggest challenges to get off the ground?
Well, I mean, the biggest thing was, advertisers. When we first started with the newspaper that we did initially, the Vault magazine, we had this idea and we just put all of our efforts into it. But then when we kind of hit the pavement and we're saying like, trying to get people to buy into something that isn't proven yet, they haven't seen the results, and trying to get, people on board and grow a community of people who are endorsing it and embracing it. I think that took the longest. And with Move Up, that was kind of a refocus where we said, let's make it all about the partners and then like grow it from there. So if we can, get buy-in from the municipality from the beginning, in terms of we know what it is, we accept it, we embrace it, we want to be a part of it, then we can kind of build from there. By and large, it's the money, right? It's the trying to make it all work. Because there's kind of the two different sides. You want your readers to be happy, and we feel like we can do that quite easily. But then you want your advertisers to be happy, and you want them to, not stick with you. And the economies change, things fluctuate. Money, the answer. Yeah, I'm always have long and winded answers. Money is the answer. Yeah.
As is most things, right?
Yeah. Well, and I mean, building the network was a bit of a slow burn, but now I feel like we have a really great network. So in terms of just like people to contacts, people to kind of get on the phone and say, what's going on over there? What's new and exciting? Like, how can we help? What's emerging, So our next issue, we're going to focus on things like infrastructure, new builds, beautification, and that goes for municipalities, it goes for businesses, and it goes for individuals. So, I mean, if things don't have to fit the theme, but if you guys are kind of thinking anything, in enhancing new builds, just anything like that where it's for the residents, beautification, anything like that. So, is there anybody on council that wants to be added to our emails where we're asking for? Okay,
Yeah.
Sure. Do you want? Is there anybody? Should I just send it to everybody, or how do you guys all feel? Yeah. Okay. Good. And feel free to respond or not. It's okay.
Your advertising, is it pretty static, or are you changing different businesses all the time, or is it pretty well the same bunch going out all the time?
It's a bit of both. We definitely have people who sign on for year to year, and then we just kind of keep it going. So we have clients. I mean, we have the two colleges. They've been on for years and years. We had Mercer for years and years and years, and with things kind of slowly changed after it became Mercer. They were a founding advertiser and on for every single issue, and then that changed. Now Friesen Brothers has been on for a couple of years, and they have stores all over our area.
I was looking at Pures here.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, and so for instance, for that example, they're usually in maybe once a year, maybe twice a year. We have about 60 usually advertisers in any given issue, and so I would say, roughly speaking, maybe 50% of that are really static, and then the others are maybe once a year, maybe new, changes. So
Well, thank you, Tony, for
yeah,
telling us what we get for our 15,000 and explaining your magazine. That's great. I think it's a great initiative.
perfect. Yeah. No, and I think this is something that I think that we'd like to do with more councils, just to kind of bring them up to speed. It's been 12 years, and things have changed a little bit. I know this council is the same as it was last time, but just kind of a refresher on things, right? So this is where we're at, and also inviting more voices to, give us content or suggestions or.
Are you, do you actively kind of campaign other municipalities that aren't members or other organizations like Chambers of Commerce or economic?
Chambers of Commerce are usually pretty strapped with, I mean, they have a hard time kind of working with what they have a lot of times. But in terms of new municipalities, we've brought on the MD of Spirit River and Saddle Hills in the last year or two for both of those. And I've been in talks with MD of Opportunity. That would be great. And then maybe Big Lakes. But I mean, of course, we want to keep it all northern, right? We're not looking at, I mean, yeah, we haven't looked at like Grand Prairie, for instance, because it's very different, right? The lifestyle is, it doesn't really fit, right? So.
Well, thank you.
Good stuff. Thank you guys. Cheers. Have an excellent day.
So we have delegations here, but let's keep on time in case anybody online wants to join in. So we'll move on to 5.08. Proposed LUA, the purpose of CCAMs. So who wants to speak to that?
Combination of a couple of lists. When Pearl goes in and comes in.
Did you want Pearl here?
Oh, she's listening, so I'm sure she'll wander down the hallway.
She's right down.
There it is.
I got you.
That's from.
I can only walk that fast. Good morning.
So we're under policies and bylaw on our agenda, what the proposed LEDA for the purpose of CCAMs.
Yeah. So CCANs are currently being used in our county as storage containers, but recently we've had an influx of inquiries that included CCAN shops and CCAN homes. Currently in the land use bylaw, we do not specifically outline the use of CCANs. We've been treating them as accessory buildings, which are a permitted use in every zone, but those recent inquiries don't really fit that use. In previous discussions around it and with the recent inquiries, it's become clear that we need the framework in the land use bylaw and to address this specifically within the hamlets and country residential. So we've prepared for you a draft land use bylaw amendment, and we'd like to have some guidance on where you want to go. So we've listed where we feel they would not be required to get a permit for a CCAN, which is in situations where it's going to be temporary and it's not a permanent structure that is affixed to anything like a lean-to. It's not connected to power or utilities, and it does not need a concrete foundation. We were going to list, we have two options in this portion here. We could either list everywhere that you do not need a permit at all, or everywhere that you would need one under discretionary uses in that section as well for clarity, whatever you would prefer. We have also included a list at the bottom there under 3 of everywhere that from inquiries and feedback from residents that we felt they should be listed as a discretionary use. Just so it's not a green light across the board and it could come to council for their decision on it. That includes all country residential zonings and hamlets. Would you feel that airport protection would also need to be included in this?
And the reason for these zones, basically where you have a lot of people living together. Is where you're bound to have somebody go, I don't like how that looks, and I have to look at it every day now, so. That's why that list is, the air protection zone, or airport protection zone that we have is weird, because it's everything from farmland to residential to industrial, and all in the same place here. It's basically just a few mile radius around airport.
Yeah, so we pretty much did anything that is small lots in our zoning there, and that's why I asked if you want to include the airport within that.
Or have any of the inquiries been within that zone, or are they?
No, but a lot of the residential development also occurs within the airport. So
I would think err on the side of caution unless they're there, I mean, it's discretionary use anyways, right?
yeah,
But-
absolutely. We also, on the following page, have a draft of I-40, which would be outlining the specifics surrounding CCANs. I'll give you a chance to read that there. But essentially it says the placement of where it should be on the lot. It's quite similar to where we have for accessory buildings. We're treating it very much so the same. Of course, that might need to be approached differently if it is being used for a home. But we could treat CCAN homes as a regular house. And CCAN shops are primarily within the ag districts and zoning, and they do not need a permit for ag-related matters. So it kind of seemed overkill to list that out, but if you'd like it included, we definitely could.
So, in the airport
Mhm.
district, does it not refer to all these? Districts, like, so they'll say refer to the discretionary item maybe in this district, does they not refer to them? I'm not sure you'd have.
I think it does, but if it's discretionary anyway, then it's discretionary.
That's so.
So right in the, or if you look to the airport protection.
Yeah.
Say
zone,
refer to.
you should-
Completely.
Which I guess for me, if it references back, then I'm fine to not include it for sure, I just think cover your base, so if it's in there, great, if it's not, then it could be my feeling.
Mhm. Sorry, I usually do this digitally. Airport protection for last. Here we go. No, it lists them out for zone 1 and zone 2. It does not say to refer to hamlet or country residential.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So is this bylaw kind of modeled after other rural municipalities that have similar concerns?
Similar, it's also a little bit modeled after how we treat the uses that people are bringing them forward as, like the accessory buildings, shops, and homes within our own current land use bylaw. It's kind of a mix of the two between ISL and ours.
Yeah, and remember, this was kind of effort spawning from a conversation we had in a council meeting quite a while ago.
Mhm.
We're just coming back to you now with some, this is one of those items we've been back and forth on with ISL. And just what the best way to handle it is. And ultimately what makes the most sense for you guys, because specific to these, the uses that we're seeing are so all over. Right, so just trying to capture that. Get it in there in words that make sense to everybody.
People are starting to get creative with CCAN uses, so it's becoming apparent that there needs to be something to kind of guide them along.
Over the last year, how many applications have you had?
Most of them have not applied because they've been in the ag district and it's been for ag purposes, but there has been some inquiries regarding in the hamlets for CCAN homes. Nothing has been official. It's all been potential buyers. And they're wanting to know before they purchase the property if we allow it, and because we don't have the framework, it gets a little bit sticky. We do have a recent development permit that uses the CCAN as a shed in a hamlet zoned area because there wasn't the framework in the bylaw.
Well, I mean, this seems fairly, has some flexibility to it, right? It's not like we're saying
Mhm.
no CCAMs, it's just how you.
You gotta bring it to council. Yeah.
And where you put it, and, you know.
Yeah, and how long it's gonna be there. I mean, ultimately, the problem with keeping it just as an accessory building is that's kind of widely open as a permitted use. So if you approve, you guys don't see it, and then very little repercussions on handling any complaints about that. A lot of people don't necessarily spend money on the nice looking ones. If you think there is a nice looking one, I had a conversation with one gentleman and we were speaking about like an ATCO cam shack and then sea cams. But don't worry, they're both nice ones. Sure. But it's gonna be front and center in a hamlet, so.
In the eye of the
Everybody
beholder.
else gonna think it's nice too. Does that matter? Like, those are all questions that ultimately are at your guys' discretion, right? But as long as it's kept as a discretionary item.
Yeah, and it also provides the adjacent landowners an opportunity to provide their comments or concerns with it being discretionary.
Well, since it's being a permitted use, I mean, we can also add when you guys approve it, that they have to, if it's in a hamlet, for example, that they have to put up external siding and stuff like that to make it nice.
That's
Very
a
similar to.
blanket
That's
clause
then
on a lot of
thing
things
that
there.
We
Yeah.
did that in my previous life, so.
We have that on a lot of notices of decisions and they're not really expected or enforced a lot, but a lot of times if it's a new build or something, it's not an issue anyway. Discretionary use of it also except egg and
Egg, crown, and industrial. We left it as
Just
permitted.
think you're gonna come out to yours.
It's already there.
Yeah, he is grandfathered.
So egg verbs.
No, this isn't first reading yet. We're just looking for guidance for what to bring back to you. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
So, you know, we can give it readings to this and just.
Nope, just looking for feedback. Yeah, so you would like to add airport protection to that, if I'm understanding correctly? Okay.
Yeah, Lori, I pulled that up here. So under discretionary uses in zone one, it does refer to, I think, what maybe you're thinking of. So it's all permitted uses contained in the other ones.
So if it's referenced, then I'll redact my ask to have it added.
But it's kept as discretionary. Yeah. And the zone is kind of a thing too.
So then not airport.
Yeah, if it's referenced in there, then we don't really need to have it in two places.
Okay.
I'll
And then
take that back.
on the second page, there is the I-40 draft with the framework. Was there anything that you felt necessary to add to that page or anything that you felt was redundant?
I thought it was-
Trying to be as much hands off as we can while still understanding that not everybody likes these, but I don't know, personally, I see the value in them. However, I recognize that some people are gonna complain, so we're trying to be very. Have one, use it for what it's intended to, please don't set up 18 on your country residential parcel. Make it look ugly so that everybody harps on it. Right, and if you're on a farm, obviously, it's different, and even in an industrial lot, there's purposes for them, so it fits a little better.
Jeez. All the rules are off.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if nobody has anything else to add or delete or comment on, we'll let you bring it back.
Thank you for your comments.
Thanks, bro.
Yep.
Hopefully you see you later at the MPC meeting.
Yep, I'll be watching.
I'll move to accept that for information
Okay, the draft proposed land is submitted.
or an update as discussed and bring back or however we want to. What administration needs there to do that?
Yeah, we might try and advertise that one a little while, just because it's something a little different, so see if we can garnish any public feedback on it. Land use bylaw amendments are kind of tricky to advertise and read, a lot of people just don't read that cohesively with the whole thing, so we'll field all the questions anyway.
There, first reading. Okay, Councillor Shutt made the motion. Any discussion? Clarification? All in favor? It's carried. Let's get through one more item before we bring our delegation in. Moving on to 6.1.1, item A is ICF committee appointments. So I assume that these ICFs are all coming for renewal.
It's just that when we did it in the organizational meeting, I noticed when Peace River sent theirs, it was slightly different than ours, so I had to back check Gerhard and I had to look to see what actually the ICF said. The ICF has actually picked 2 councillors and an alternative, or alternate. But Josh had remembered that some time ago, council had overridden that and wanted the Reeve and the deputy Reeve. But when I looked at the actual motion, that's not technically what it said. It just put those people who at the time were the Reeve into that position. So this moment, if you can do a motion today that actually states that if you want the Reeve, position of the Reeve and the deputy Reeve as your actual representation on that ICF. And then we do actually have to have an alternate, which we didn't do at the organizational meeting that you've noticed in your boards and committees that you had accepted. We did not do that. So if today we could actually clarify the motion, and then I will keep it with that boards and committees list so that come organizational meeting time, we'll know that whoever is in that position will then be the automatic representative, and then you can change your alternate if you like.
Thanks. So this is only for the Peace River ICF committee?
Correct.
But Manning has a similar structure or not? I mean,
Some of them actually, we just say Reeve, deputy Reeve, or full council, whereas this is why the ICF in this particular Peace River one did not say that.
Really?
I think it's 2 of the thoughts that we.
That's who it was. I don't know if that was my.
I can make that motion. I'm not sure who wants to be the alternate. I can be the alternate. With Brent as alternate.
Okay, we're all clear on that. Any questions? If not, call for the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, let's take a 6-minute break. And then we'll have our next delegation present to us.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, well, you know, it's like, very written.
Works.
Brett Reese, that would sound valid.
And unfortunately, Linda couldn't make today's meeting, so she represents Gig River Carcajou.
Okay.
And then we have back here.
Josh Hunter, Director of Finance.
Okay, so you can introduce yourselves and then we'll hopefully have your PowerPoint ready to go here. We have it in our agendas to follow along with too, but. Gotcha.
So, good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you for letting us come and introduce ourselves. I'm sure most of you have heard about the Dixonville school closing and our efforts to try and revise the school and everything like that. So I've prepared a presentation that's probably better than me trying to talk.
You're Kasia.
Oh, I'm Kasia Piska. I'm the secretary treasurer.
I'm
Sorry.
Carl Sorensen. I'm the board chair.
Okay. So we're here to explain to everyone what we're doing, who we are, what charter schools are, and the value that they can have, especially in an area like ours. So yeah, I guess we'll start. From closure to opportunity, the vision for Dixonville Rural Academy. So we'd like to meet you to meet the Dixonville Charter School Society, which is community driven and future focused.
These are that's in the slides.
We're not really sure.
But it's not showing up.
Sorry.
That's okay, I can wait.
We do have it in front of us, but I mean, you went through all that, but we also.
It doesn't
But,
show up very good on.
You should.
Technology.
It's because I'm here. Technology never works with me around.
Just cancel the share and restart it, here to PowerPoint.
So Dan, do you have the presentation? On your agenda? Do you have the presentation?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, let's just go on with it then, because we all got it. in front of us.
Everybody can see it. We'll just move on to slide 2.
Perfect. So we'll introduce
So,
we'll introduce here with the society members here. There's Carl, obviously, the board chair. We also have Michelle Christensen, who is the vice chair. Myself, the secretary treasurer. Ashley Horn, who is our media director and a board member. Trista Petkis, who is a board member, and I'm pretty sure everybody knows Brenda here. So the Dixonville Charter School Society is a group of dedicated parents, educators, and community members united by a shared goal to keep education alive in Dixonville and extend opportunities to surrounding communities. Formed in response to the closure of the Dixonville School in June 2025, our society is committed to creating a learning environment that reflects the values and needs of rural families across the County of Northern Lights, and ensuring that families throughout the region have access to quality education close to home. With a focus on agricultural literacy and trades programs, we are building a school that prepares students for real-world success while strengthening the fabric of our rural communities. Together, we are working toward the approval of Dixonville Rural Academy, a school designed by the community for the community. So our next slide here says Charter Schools Explained, a different approach to public education. What is a charter school? A charter school in Alberta is a publicly funded, tuition-free school operated by a nonprofit organization under an agreement with the Provincial Minister of Education. These schools follow Alberta's curriculum but have more flexibility to offer innovative or specialized programs such as STEM or arts. To meet unique student needs, they are open to all students, employ Alberta certified teachers, and cannot have religious affiliations or operate for profit. Alberta is the only province in Canada that allows charter schools, introduced in 1994 to expand choice and innovation in education. So how do these charter schools operate? Charter schools in Alberta are governed by an independent charter board, which is responsible for setting policies, ensuring compliance with Alberta education, and overseeing the school's strategic direction. The board hires a superintendent who acts as the chief executive officer and chief education officer, implementing board policies and provincial requirements. All authority delegated to staff flows through the superintendent, who leads the school's operations and reports directly to the board. Beneath this level, the school functions much like other public schools, with a principal and administrative team managing day-to-day activities, instructional leadership, and student support. This structure balances local autonomy with accountability, allowing boards to focus on governance while professional educators handle the operations and learning outcomes. So what is the process for opening a charter school? Starting a charter school in Alberta begins with a clear vision and forming a nonprofit society. Applicants must show their program is innovative, non-religious, and distinct. Then submit a detailed charter to Alberta Education outlining mission, governance, finances, and facilities, along with proof of need. After review and approval by the minister, the board hires a superintendent, secures a location, and completes staffing and compliance steps. Once these requirements are met, the school can open on its planned start date, such as September 2026 under provincial oversight. So our next slide here is a bit of a timeline and where we're at. So there's 12 phases in this. I can go over them quickly, and then I do go over them into more detail as well. So phase 1 was PRSD, the Peace River School Division, voting 5-1 to close the Dixonville School, and that happened on April 28th, 2025. Phase 2, the Dixonville Charter School Society, DCSS, starts applications for a public charter school. And that started in May of 2025. Phase 3, the Dixonville School officially closed on June 30th, 2025. Phase 4, DCSS works with Alberta Education to finalize our application. This took all summer. Phase 5, the application was submitted on September 15th, 2025. And where we're at right now is Phase 6. So we're in the Minister of Education's approval period, which is 90 days from when we submit the application. So September 15th to December 15th. So we're coming close. Phase 7, the board confirms policies and signs charter agreements with Alberta Education if we are approved, which should happen December to January, depending on Christmas and when everything goes ahead. Phase 8, the board hires a superintendent and begins hiring staff. January to February 2026, we expect this to happen. Phase 9, DCSS secures funding, facility, and finalizes operational plans in about March to June. Funding usually comes in about March from Alberta Education. Completing facility repairs that are necessary. We order resources and conduct staff training for Phase 10. That happens between July and August 2026. Phase 11, we host an open house, finalize enrollment counts in August. And then Phase 12 is an exciting opening day for Dixonville Rural Academy, hopefully in September of 2026. And the photo that's there is one of the original school buses for Dixonville. So Phase 1 to 4, to go through it a little bit further, from closure to charter, Dixonville's journey begins. Phase 1, Peace River School Division votes 5-1 to close the Dixonville School. On April 28th, the Peace River School Division voted 5-1 to close Dixonville School. This decision was based on PRSD's prediction of declining enrollment, a projection strongly disputed by local residents who believe the school remains vital and sustainable for the area. Phase 2, in response to the closure, the Dixonville Charter School Society began preparing an application to Alberta Education. The goal was to create a tuition-free public charter school offering innovative programming for local families. Phase 3, on June 30th, 2025, Dixonville School closed its doors and after decades of serving the community. Students were reassigned to schools in different communities, while DCSS continued working toward a new educational option. Phase 4, throughout late summer and fall 2025, DCSS collaborated closely with Alberta Education to refine its charter proposal, ensuring compliance with provincial standards and readiness for review and approval. And all the photos here are also from throughout the generations of the Dixonville School. Phase 5 to 8, from approval to action, building the charter school. Phase 5, the Dixonville Charter School Society formally submits a detailed charter application to Alberta Education, including governance plans, financials, and program design. Phase 6, the minister has up to 90 days to review the application to ensure compliance with provincial standards and confirms the school's readiness to operate as a public charter. Phase 7, once approved, the charter board finalizes operational policies and signs the official charter agreement with Alberta Education, establishing legal authority to operate. Phase 8, with the charter in place, the board appoints a superintendent to lead the school and initiates hiring for principals, teachers, and support staff to prepare for opening day. The next slide is Phase 9 to 12, final preparations from facility to first day. Phase 9, the board secures funding from Alberta Education and then confirms the school location, completing detailed operational plans to ensure readiness for necessary repairs and compliance with provincial standards. Phase 10, any necessary repairs and safety upgrades are finished. Classroom resources are ordered and staff training sessions prepare teachers and administrators for a smooth launch. Phase 11, families are invited to tour the school, meet the staff, and complete enrollment, building community engagement and excitement ahead of opening day. Phase 12, in September 2026, Dixonville Rural Academy officially opens its doors, upon approval, welcoming students to Alberta's newest charter school and beginning its innovative educational journey. So with our next slide, public groups, local wings, our proposal for a county-owned school facility. So we are in the Alberta Infrastructure Review, and if possible, we would like to work together in owning the building. So this will explain all of that. For nearly a century, Dixonville has proudly hosted a local school, a cornerstone of rural life and community identity. Since its closure, the County of Northern Lights no longer has a school within its borders, despite families here continuing to live, work, and pay taxes in this region. We believe it's time to change that. We're proposing a collaborative model where the county owns the Dixonville Rural Academy facility and leases it to our charter school society. This approach ensures the building remains a publicly held asset while enabling our community to deliver high-quality, locally governed education. It's a shared investment in our future. The county retains stewardship, families regain access to the school in their own community, and together we restore a vital piece of our rural fabric. We're actively working through the Alberta infrastructure process and are proud to be on track. This partnership would align with provincial frameworks while showcasing the county's leadership in rural revitalization and educational innovation. So there's some steps for this. Step 1, PRSD had to declare the Dixonville school facility as surplus. So they formally declared it surplus under provincial regulations. This step initiates the legal process for repurposing and ensures the property is offered to other government bodies before any transfer. Charter application submitted was our step 2, and that happened on the 15th. Step 3 is the Alberta Infrastructure Review. As you can see, we are here. Alberta Infrastructure assesses the building's condition, safety, and compliance with provincial standards. This review determines if the facility is suitable for a charter school and identifies any upgrades needed. Step 4 is exploring joint use agreement partnerships. Stakeholders explore joint use agreements to share spaces like gyms or meeting rooms with municipalities or community groups. These partnerships help maximize community benefit and reduce operating costs. And then step 5 is negotiation and transfer. Once approvals are in place, PRSD, Alberta Infrastructure, the County of Northern Lights, and the Charter Society negotiate lease or transfer terms. This step finalizes legal and financial arrangements to ensure compliance and long-term sustainability. So with this one, I have a picture of the Dixonville Community Library mug as they are already in the facility. So they would be a great joint use agreement partnership. And there is also the Play School Society. So why partner with the Dixonville Charter School Society? Partnering with the Dixonville Charter School Society offers the County of Northern Lights a unique opportunity to invest in the future of our rural community while maintaining local control of a vital asset. Community-centered ownership. By owning the school facility, the county ensures that this cornerstone of education remains a public resource aligned with local priorities and responsive to community needs. Community hub with revenue potential. The facility currently houses the community public library and provides rental space to the Play School Society. If owned by the county, it would create a sustainable revenue stream through rental agreements while continuing to serve as a vital hub for education and community programs. A shared vision for the future. Together, we can create a model for rural education and prioritize accessibility, excellence, and community pride, ensuring Dixonville remains a vibrant place to live and learn. Sustainable rural education. Dixonville Rural Academy is committed to delivering high-quality, innovative education tailored for rural families. Your support guarantees stability and growth for students who might otherwise face limited options. Cost-effective collaboration. We manage daily operations and routine maintenance, reducing the county's administrative and upkeep costs while avoiding expensive new construction. Economic and social impact. A thriving school attracts families, strengthens the local economy, and fosters community engagement. This partnership helps retain population and builds a skilled future workforce right here in the county. So now we have the potential annual cost breakdown and recovery for county ownership. So I've
Estimated,
Yes.
I guess not.
Yes, sorry. This is completely estimated because I don't have access to.
But it was based on.
It was based on the PRSD's viability report that they did on the Dixonville school. And I just kind of tried to do a low number and a high number as well to kind of give it some wiggle room. I'm not sure what kind of contracts you have or anything like that. So this could vary. This is just from an outsider point of view. So the expense and the estimated costs for property insurance would be $8,000 to $10,000. Utilities, heat, power, water, $28,000 to $32,000. Routine maintenance, $18,000 to $27,000. Groundskeeping and janitorial, $12,000 to $15,000. And major repairs reserve would be $5,000 to $8,000, with a total of $71,000 to $92,000 yearly. Approximately, like I said, these numbers are obviously going to be different if you guys take this on and stuff like that. So, but there is a cost recovery. So the facility provides multiple cost recovery opportunities for the county through established rental agreements with the Play School Society, the Community Public Library, and potentially the Dixonville Rural Academy. In addition to these reliable sources of income, Dixonville Rural Academy is eligible for a grant that can fully cover its lease payments to the county. This arrangement not only ensures financial stability, but also strengthens the community partnerships, making the facility a valuable asset for both educational and public services. And then just the last page here, we thank you for your time. We truly appreciate the opportunity to present our vision for Dixonville Rural Academy and the role the County of Northern Lights can play in shaping a strong future for our community. Your support would help us preserve local education, strengthen rural families, and create a model of collaboration that benefits everyone. We look forward to working together and building a partnership that reflects our shared commitment to education, community, and sustainability. Yeah.
Thank you. You did very well. It was great presentation.
Thank you.
So I'm sure there's some questions from council, and I have a few.
Absolutely.
So I mean, this is all contingent on phase 6, Minister of Education's approval for this, right?
Yes.
So for us to, make any decisions today is kind of premature.
Absolutely. We're just trying
Has
to.
there been any indication from them or from Alberta Infrastructure about the turning the building over to, you said other government organizations would have first dibs on it?
Yeah. So when PRSD declared the school building surplus, that sent it to Alberta Infrastructure. And what they did when they did that was they did mention the Dixonville Charter School Society had interest in opening a charter school in the building.
School division mentioned that to them.
Yes,
Okay.
in their report, in their surplus report. And also we have sent letters to Alberta Infrastructure to say where we're at and that we have interest, get our name in there. And then also we got information back saying, well, you haven't applied yet for the school, but then we sent another letter saying we've got all this done. So they gave us a new contact and she said that everything's good so far. And they absolutely know that our name is in there for wanting to use the building for educational purposes.
So they're not planning up the demolition crew then?
No.
I mean, look what happened in Manning there, and
Mhm.
there was, well, I mean, one school was probably beyond its useful life, but the other one could have been repurposed for something, but.
Yeah. And the Dixonville school is in very good condition. So, yeah.
It had that major renovation done to it just early 2000s or so, where they knocked out the old portion of it and renovated the new portion. So it is a very newly renovated school. But we are coming to you kind of before the joint use agreement partnership. So once they'll start looking at that, so that you guys can start to look into this before they get to this joint use agreements and kind of see what your plan would be.
If you would be interested in
So
collaborating on this
I just see,
endeavor.
once at phase 6, once the minister gives the go-ahead for the charter school,
Mhm,
then it's being very time sensitive with our infrastructure
mhm.
between, January and September, right?
Mhm.
And we know how the wheels of government bureaucracy turn
Mhm.
sometimes.
That's why we're trying to be ahead on all of this
Yeah.
and get all our ducks in a row before that happens. And that's why we're coming to you earlier so that we can be prepared for it.
So you can be prepared, but I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
As council and county, we would have to maybe have that discussion, even though it's, we don't know where we're going. I mean, if there's any appetite for council to take
Mhm.
this on,
Mhm.
we should probably get our foot in the door there too,
Mhm.
with Alberta infrastructure. Just to,
Exactly.
say, let's get this ready for the printer, right? So we can have it ready to go before.
Mhm.
Yeah,
sooner than later.
that's why we're
Not start
trying
the
to-
process after they,
Mhm.
which, I mean, you said December 15th, which is only 2 weeks away, right?
Yeah.
So you hope we have an answer.
We
soon.
should have.
They
an
have
answer.
to have an answer by that date. The minister only has 90 days and they do have to give us an answer.
No communication, no indication, no. nothing.
Not right now, because they have to take it to other schools in the area to see if they have use for it, but PRSD already declared it surplus and
You'd be
stuff like that.
surprised if it is, right?
So, yeah, exactly. So they just kind of have their process to go through.
They have a feedback timeline with the other
Yeah.
school divisions. So the other school divisions have a certain amount of time that they can provide their feedback to our application for a charter school within their boundaries.
Yeah.
So that's part of the 90 days. That's why we won't hear anything back until the 15th, because the other school boards have their time to submit their feedback.
So I know there's gonna be other questions. I just want to jump in with one more. So the meeting you had at Dixonville that I attended, kind of the process was you have to have a society, which you guys have.
Yeah.
But there has to be a kind of another organization has a facility, like your society can't be the owners of the facility.
See, this is where there is slight confusion right now and why we are trying to jump ahead and get our name out there with Alberta infrastructure, because we don't fully know that answer yet. Because everything's going through approval processes and stuff like that. So we're not exactly sure how that works, but we want to come to you as if this is a possibility, we would love to collaborate with the county on this building and keep it community owned.
Have they said or given you any value that they, or that, of the building right now?
I would hope it'd be $1.
That's what we're hoping.
Yeah.
And that's what we've understood from other,
There are other charter schools that they did purchase their building for $1.
yeah.
Okay,
So, yeah.
I mean, it's that or spend $1 million demolishing it, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I just have a question on your phasing. So phase 8, you would be hiring for superintendent and staff, but you don't have, then your phase 9, you're getting the funding. Wouldn't you want your funding first to know?
Well,
how-
Once we get approved, then we can put ads out and stuff like that on certain hiring boards. So it's basically just like putting out the ad to try and see what kind of superintendent we can get and stuff like that. So they're not officially hired yet.
we know what our funding will be so that we hire the superintendent and then
Yeah.
the superintendent will hire the staff. We know what we will pay them, everything like that. And
Yeah.
then the staff will have a start date, which is sometime in the summer.
We had to do up with the application a full financial projections and stuff. So it had to have from paper clips to paychecks on there, basically, kind of things. So we already kind of have an idea of the money that we can get from them and different grants that are available to us.
You might have said, so as of what day is Alberta infrastructure not having them like paying for any of the utilities and stuff on that building?
December 31st is what we understand. PRSD has to maintain the building until December 31st. After that, we don't know what happens, whether Alberta infrastructure takes it over or what. So that's coming up fast too.
So I think that emphasizes what I'm thinking, that we have to as a municipality, we have to maybe get involved in that discussion with them and just say, look, you guys.
Yeah.
Can't just turn the heat off here, right?
Mhm.
And walk away from it, because that'd be worth nothing then, right?
I assume there's some process to transfer it from PRSD to Alberta Infrastructure, and Alberta Infrastructure then is responsible for maintaining it.
But the problem
So-
yeah, the problem with that would be some bureaucrat that has no idea where Dixonville is, and.
Yeah.
Well, this is no longer an asset, just,
That's why we have our name in with
Yeah.
everything, saying that we have intentions of using this, so hopefully they'll come to us or county.
I know PRSD also tried to subdivide the property. and
They did.
develop portion of it.
They did, yes.
well, that was a.
They applied, but it wasn't approved.
No, you guys didn't approve it, because we said there may be future use for the rural academy to use that land.
So you don't think that Peace River School Division would actually try to keep that then and try and sell portion of it?
Well, they've declared it as surplus to Alberta Infrastructure, so I don't believe that they can subdivide it or try and sell off any parts of it now.
I think they've gone past their deadline now.
Yeah.
So I think all of it transfers to Alberta Infrastructure.
Yeah.
Then a follow-up question that I have is, if I look at your cost breakdown that you gave there, what of those costs would actually be covered by the charter school, and what of those costs are you guys expecting the county to pay?
Like, as you're funding from the Alberta Education, they put enough in there for rental for a building?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, there
That's
is there's a full grant. I can't remember what leaseholders agreement grant, I think it was called. I'd have to double check anyway, but it covers the cost fully. They I think I worked it out to 147,000 for the annually for the
Is it allocated by student enrollment or?
Yeah.
145,000 I put for the rent because we weren't sure, and it was supposed to go a certain way based on an average $8 to $10 per square foot. It was the rough rental agreements around here. And when I spoke to the finance lady when I was trying to do all the financials, she said that this grant just put in the 145,000 because it will cover it. So it's equal to what our lease agreement payment would be.
And what about salaries, superintendent staff?
Salaries is covered by us.
That's on.
That's on.
That's on us. That's all on us. Bus drivers, teachers, EAs, principals, superintendent, that's all on us. And the board is all volunteer. So the board doesn't get paid.
You guys would just be responsible for the building.
Yeah, for the building.
Basically. We've been going off also the example of Valhalla. Valhalla Community School is another charter school in northern Alberta in the Peace Country. And we've kind of been watching them and everything. And the Ag Society there owns the school building, and the word am I looking for?
Their
The
charter
group, the
society.
charter
Their
society rents it from the society.
So this would be similar.
This would be a similar, yeah.
Absolutely. So the cost is covered basically by
And the society is very happy to own the school and get revenue from the charter school society that gets the grants from the government.
So how many students you have slide?
So right now, let me just get over to.
I think when we sent
So
our
year
application,
one, we have 46. And year two, we have 57, and then it gradually increases from there. But we do also have the big Mennonite community who doesn't necessarily sign up initially for things like this. So, and they've shown a lot of interest in our school. So we project that this number would probably be higher than the
the
40.
challenge up here has been distance.
Mhm.
So areas of Deadwood, North Star, Warrensville have expressed interest in coming to the school, but they say, we need transportation. Do you have a bus? And we don't even have a school yet. So that's kind of the trick, is they say, we would come if you send a bus. But if we only have 4 of them saying that, we don't have the viability to send a bus. So it's kind of a growing thing.
Yeah.
Right? You know, if you get 4, you send a bus, then you get more and you get more and you get more. So that's why we have the projections in there to grow.
There were 46 students that were signed up on our enrollment forms that they don't legally bind the children to have to go to the academy, but it's just for Alberta Education's reference. And so we had 46 students signed up at that point.
So where are the students when the school was, before the school closed down? Like you obviously didn't have.
We had 40 some
Yeah.
when they closed down.
Yeah.
So we have roughly the same amount as when they closed down, but there was a lot of interest from outside that school boundary to come, but PRSD cannot send a bus outside the boundary to come to Dixonville. We can now, if we open the charter school, our boundaries go away. We can send a bus to Peace River, we can send a bus to Manning, we can send a bus wherever we want, or parents can drive.
So far in the projections, I put down for 3 buses to start us off with. Depending on what happens from approval to opening day, we might possibly need more. Another bus or something like that, because we do want to be able to provide this education for the surrounding communities, not just Dixonville, because it's important to have this kind of education.
The other thing, the offering is K-12.
Yeah, K-12. So families don't have to split up their youngers and their olders and everything like that, because that's a big problem with the Dixonville school was it only went up to grade 9. So people were sending their littles to Dixonville and their biggers to Grimshaw or Peace River or anything like that. And
now you have 2
so
teacher
now you gotta
conferences, you got 2.
split it up, and it didn't work as well for people. So if we can offer right from preschool to grade 12, that's amazing, I find.
So as part of your application, did you have to have a hiring strategy for like how you're gonna find these teachers? Like teachers are hard enough to come by right now, like.
There
That's a
are
big concern.
certain websites and forums and stuff like that to specifically hire the teachers and everything like that.
We have had interest too.
Yes, we do have
Teachers
interest.
coming to us, because we are a charter school, so we are separate from PRSD. And it is a different system.
And our
There are
teachers,
teachers that are very interested.
yeah, our teachers,
That's a big hurdle, right?
It is, yeah.
charter
The-
school teachers also aren't part of the ATA. So when the teachers go on strike, like they have been normally every year, unfortunately, like our teachers don't strike because we pay them, we supply everything like that.
Valhalla remained open
Yeah.
through the strike.
So they don't have their own.
Mhm. Yeah, we'll have to provide all of that as well.
I had that written down, I was wondering what. I kind of thought you'd be outside of that, right? So-
They have
Yeah,
the option to join separately. They have a separate contract with the ATA that they can join
Right.
as a associate member or
How
something.
many staff are you kind of predicting you would need for 40 some students?
there will be 4 teachers.
And 1 principal.
No, I think that includes the principal because we're doing the EA for the, oh my goodness.
No,
And there's no residents in Dixonville, or is there still a residence?
there is a residence, but I think they've condemned it and it's not.
So
The
they-
superintendent can
There it
be external though. They don't have to actually live in the area. They can do it all virtually. Valhalla's lives in Lethbridge, I believe.
Yeah,
So. that
yeah,
is-
and they're not paid as full-time employees. They're,
Yeah, it's a
Mhm.
0.4 position or something like that.
yeah.
So.
Well, I don't know about,
There it
this
is.
could be, history making if a municipality takes over a school.
Absolutely.
I don't know, that's really a common thing throughout our province or anywhere in Western Canada, but, I'm excited. I mean, we could be part of history and
Yep.
I wouldn't dismiss the idea. We'd have to obviously have some serious conversations with your society and with infrastructure to
Mhm.
Absolutely.
make sure that it's all done.
Yeah, the charter school thing is a very new and growing thing in the province. I mean, from this teacher strike, it really brought it out as to what it is, and they're coming up with very innovative ways to put it in, and the county owning it would be a new innovative way for sure.
And then being based on agriculture.
Yes, agricultural literacy and trades. Mhm. Yeah.
What are the main differences in funding model between public school and charter school? Like, what are the things that they're not covering? Very before?
So most of it is very closely related in the funding ways. Charter schools just don't get approved for as much funding as the normal public school systems that we all know. So there's different grants that are available for us and grants that are available for the big public school system that are available, but shortened down for us.
One of the main things is that we as society members don't get paid.
No.
We are all volunteer to this,
Whereas a board,
whereas a board
Yeah.
gets paid. The school board, when you get elected to the school board, you get a base salary or whatever. We don't, we're all on volunteer. Yep, much leaner.
Mhm.
well, exciting what you guys are doing. Good for you to take that initiative. I mean, I went to that meeting in Dixonville and you can see there was a little bit of a revolt going on there, right? That people weren't happy with the school board's choice, and I mean, tough decisions to make, right? We see that with housing authorities and schools all over, but I would suggest that you maybe connect us with whoever your contact is with Alberta Infrastructure, so we can maybe start to have that conversation.
Yep, I can send over, did you want me to send it to,
Before Christmas?
just email it to you? Okay, perfect. I can email it this afternoon.
I was thinking if we're gonna even, I mean, we'll discuss this at the end of our meeting today and let you know. But if we even consider it, I think we have to get our foot in the door there.
Absolutely,
sooner than
yes.
Later, right? Because like I said before, these things, you think they should go quickly, but
Yeah,
That's exactly, like, we want to put in our intention and we want to come to you guys early, that if you guys want to put in your intention, you have the ability to do that early.
Mhm.
so.
Go as a
Hopefully our
united
listers
front.
aren't recalled by them, so. List grows every day.
I know.
Well, any final questions? If not, thank you both for your presentation and we'll get back to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're welcome to stay, but there's other things to do, so.
Oh, I should go get my kids. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Derek and Danny, welcome. Here. See you on your major highways on the way up here, nothing that.
It was an uneventful trip, which is the best kind.
Just collapsing.
No bridges down. There was some fog in Peach River itself, but the rest of the drive was pretty nice. Yeah.
So I don't, probably met us all at one time. Let's just introduce ourselves.
sure.
We'll start coming to the far left.
Sure, Galen Chuck, I represent Warrensville, Lockville area.
Gary Tays, Weberville area.
Brenda Usinski gives the notion of value.
Lori Decker, North Star Breaking Point.
Terry Ungarian, Hotchkiss Hot Hills.
That's the King CEO.
Teresa Tupper, Executive Assistant and Reporter.
Brent Reese, Edward Sunny Valley.
And Councillor Halabisky, Kid River Cartridge, is absent today.
Okay.
And then you know the easy talk guy there.
Yeah.
And
Josh Hunter, Director of Finance.
Josh, nice to meet you.
so thanks for coming up, gentlemen, and as you're aware, we tried to get a meeting with the minister at RMA. That didn't work. We thought, well, maybe Tom Lou would be maybe better. Well, he wasn't available either, so third choice.
Yeah. You get me, you get Danny and I, yeah.
Probably the best way.
Well-
because, you know the area, you know where it needs, so. Yeah.
Minister only has 5 meetings for all of the municipalities across the province, and
He's overbooked.
and even on the AM side, he's only 5 there, and there's way more municipalities. So, you know, it's not easy to get any, minister meeting at RMA. And this is, we're happy to come and meet with you guys and talk kind of anytime, really, right? We don't need to wait for an RMA. And, as the pressures arise for you guys, we're happy to meet. We have regular conversations with Charles and Gerhard too as well. And, so we got a good relationship with the county for sure, and looking to continue with that. So I think you guys have some information you're looking for from us, some updates, and
Just to build on the minister and ADM, I mean, they both would give us meetings other times, but just when you're in Edmonton for the RMA, it's kind of convenient, but
yes, for sure.
everyone thinks the same way, right? So, so a few topics, I don't know how much time you got, but you can give us as much time as we need, because there's quite a list of things.
Sure.
And the first one was the Highway 35 bridge through Manning, which I think we discussed it enough. I don't know if you can maybe just outline what the projected plan is for that bridge replacement, where it's at, build a detour around where they're replacing it. Is that kind of still
yeah
scheduled for?
So right now we're in detailed design, and so Stantec is doing that design. We met with the town on Friday actually, and Charles was there, and we went over that design, where we're at, and kind of getting some input from the town in terms of where they're feeling some pressures in terms of how we construct it. So we are going to do a detour bridge. I believe it's on the downstream side, and so that detour will go in, and then we'll take the old one out and put a new one in. Timing for the project, it's actually kind of on our program in 2031, so it's a ways out there yet, which makes, of course, the town a bit nervous, because they know the condition of the bridge. You guys too. It's not great. It needs to be replaced, right? And so one of the things that I think is a strength of the Peace region is our ability to have jobs and have work kind of ready, and then when funding lapses elsewhere, we jump on it. And so that's, we also have our regular scheduled programming stuff too that we do, but I think our at least in my opinion, our strength is finding that extra dollars to deliver these things earlier. So Patrick is our bridge manager, and that's his focus, is get the design done, get it on the shelf, and then let the people with the money know that we're ready to go. And so ideally we deliver it faster than 2031, but that's kind of where it sits on the grand scheme, I guess, at this point.
Work in progress.
So we're looking at two sidewalks. I want to say they're about 2.5 meters each on either side, which is quite a bit wider than what they are now, right? So, you wouldn't be able to have kind of maybe 2 wheelchairs or 2 scooters or whatever go side by side, but it's pretty close, right? I think to get it a full multi-use path, it actually has to be kind of 4.5 or 4 meters wide. So it becomes almost obscure, in some ways. So, yeah, that's kind of the nuts and bolts. Nothing. The town wants to see some fancier stuff, right? Like they want it look nice, right?
Yeah,
We don't. We don't do nice. We do utilitarian. We do what, our bridges, if you've driven the Henday, they all kind of look the same. There's a little bit of architectural flair here and there, but for the most part, they're bare bones. We're looking for something that's the cheapest to build and will last the longest time, right? So that was a bit of a downer for the town. They were hoping for some fancy stuff, and we'd love to do that too. I mean, we're really super proud of the Dunvegan and even the Peace Arch, which is, I hesitate saying that, but it's they're highlights of our region, frankly, right? And so we're real excited about them, but that's just not what we build, unfortunately. So we're going to do as best we can to kind of support that, and we're kind of shifting their focus to off the bridge. How can we create space near and around the bridge and around the river that is inviting to the public, and how can we support that? And so they're going to take that away and maybe come up with some ideas, and we'll work with them on that. So yeah, I think the bridge is moving ahead well. If the project is moving well, still lots of design work to do, but the intention, I think, is to have it ready, kind of shelf ready this year.
So how would the detour, how would that work? Be in the same spot, or?
Just so the bridge is going to go back in the same spot as it is now, and so the detour is going to go just downstream, almost right beside it. It'll be just a
Pretty tight area.
yeah, it's a tight one. Initially we were looking at doing just a 1-lane bridge because of the compactness of the area, and I think found a way to make it 2-lane so that there's no signal lights and less disruption, and can haul a cedar across it, you know, back and forth, right?
What is the estimate construction time?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but they're usually about 2 or 3 years, hey, Danny, for that bridge?
At
least 2. At least 2. Yeah, so it's,
the same piers.
no, everything comes out. I think
Piers.
everything comes out. I think it's a full replacement. Yeah.
Are there any plans to add like a secondary bridge later on in any case? Because this is like one bridge. Otherwise, it's a huge detour to get on the other side.
Mm-hmm. No plans to twin it at this point. No. Yeah.
Okay, well, we're on the topic of bridges. I'm gonna skip down to STIP funding.
Oh, yeah.
That's always comes up with every municipality, right? So we have a major bridge to replace up in Cape River area. And so, is the application in for that one, Charles?
It's ready for you to sign. I got a few more additions put in
Okay,
to there, but
so that one, we really need advocacy on that one.
Sure.
It's a 100-year-old bridge.
Yeah.
It's a covered bridge, limited access across it. And
Right.
kind of a major detour on Highway 35. If the bridge at Cape River was blocked off for any reason.
Mhm.
Yeah, very important, but it's more than we can handle without STIP funding.
Right.
And then, sorry, and then the other funding I had written here, they're ongoing, but we have an airport overlay coming up too. That'll be another big one that we're gonna.
Right.
We'd appreciate some funding on, so.
Yeah. So one thing that, you know, we utilize, or we kind of leverage lots is the lack of detours, right? I came from the Vermilion area, and, you know, people would complain about a 4 or 5 mile detour, and you come here and it's like, gosh, if it was only 4 or 5 miles, people would be excited about it, right? And so, you know, different areas kind of, but so we use that in the, you know, in finding funding for our bridges, as we say, you know, this is, you know, the bridges on Highway 88 that we've been working on. So we've been trying to build Highway 88, or our intentions are to build Highway 88 as a truck route, and try and get the trucks that are going way north off of 35 and over there. They prefer that route over 35. There's less disruptions and it's faster for them, right? So we're trying to improve the infrastructure there to accommodate that better, and most of the bridges there in that Fort Vermilion area are now kind of cleaned up. And so we're also focusing on 35 as well. And so we leverage that rationale as well, saying it's 250 kilometers around, or it's 8 hours drive around, or whatever, right? If this bridge goes out, and there's some understanding. So we can definitely, I don't know how much we can advocate on the grant stuff, but you know, definitely something that I will push forward, and, you know, and we'll talk about it in our bridge, right? When our bridge needs work, we sometimes utilize local road bridges, and you know, Charles and I have talked about this too, is there's not very many that can accommodate highway traffic, and they're getting fewer and fewer because they're getting old too, right? So I think there's a real opportunity for us to collaborate with municipalities here, especially in your scenario, and lots of scenarios like it too, right? So yeah, happy to advocate for that.
Well, that's kind of what I was wondering, the
Yeah.
influence you could have on the STIP things if you could, you know.
Oh, Danny can maybe answer that a little bit better, but
We arm wrestle with a region.
yeah.
Keep working out there.
Just so that you know, you have till the 30th to get everything signed, so Charles can turn everything in.
Yeah.
I'll be out today.
Okay. Sam's already board, she's waiting for applications to come in, so
I mean,
as of this morning, she has only received 5 grant applications for the region so far. Who I don't know, because of the odd elections, everything's coming in a bit slower, but like this time last year, she had over 50. So right now, get it in, you have a good chance, better chance.
First pressures.
No pressure. No pressure, but lots
I
of
mean,
pressure.
we know it's always oversubscribed,
Mhm.
right? There's more applications than there's funding, and at RMA, Minister Horner, he went off on this tangent about how $8 billion deficit budget, and it's getting worse, and yeah, so he basically no money left, so. And then the other bridge one is, and again, just, I mean, this has been discussed over and over, and I don't know if there's any decisions on the East River Crossing up north, like.
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna be Tompkins or Carcajou or.
Yeah, so I can give you a little bit of information there for sure. So we finished the detail, or not the detail, the preliminary geotechnical work. We had some missing information at the Tompkins Landing crossing. We had most of the information that we needed at the Carcajou crossing. But in order to do a proper kind of comparison, we needed to finish that. So that finished this spring, and WSP basically kind of came up with a recommendation. That recommendation, along with some other work that we did in terms of delivery models, risk analysis. There's a whole bunch of preliminary engineering that we've been working on this, and some of it is related to P3 work that the Canadian Infrastructure Bank had wanted us to do, and so they gave us some money to explore a P3 option, and so we looked at that. P3 is not a good fit here. It's too much risk for the contractors, and it's a really short piece of road. You kind of need more infrastructure by the sounds of it. Anyway, contractors weren't really keen on that. But the recommendation is at Tompkins, not at Carcajou. And the rationale for that is basically cost. So initially the cost of the bridge was around $250 million. It's gone up to about $350 million now at Tompkins, and closer to $500 million at Carcajou. So it's really that $250 million difference is what's their recommendation in terms of recommending Tompkins over Carcajou. And I know, or 150 million, sorry, yeah. No. Yeah, so where it sits now, we've packaged all that information up and sent it in as a part of, well, it's went to Treasury Board. I'm not entirely clear if it's gone to Treasury Board as a separate thing or it's gone as part of budget 2026. But either way, it's with Treasury Board, and they're making decisions in terms of what they want to see or how they want to proceed. The intention is still that it'll be a toll road or a toll bridge. So that's the other thing that we were kind of looking at, is what that toll equipment looks like, and what the cost is, and how do you maintain it, and who maintains it, and all that kind of stuff. So because we don't have any of that. But
since that road's going to be a toll bridge, would they consider moving the ferry down south?
That's never come up. But that's something we can definitely add there. Yeah.
So what I'm hearing, the rationale is strictly dollars and cents. $150 million and cents. It's not a small change, but has there been any consultation with Mackenzie County, with Paddle Prairie Beatty settlement, with our county? Ours, I know there hasn't been. And I told Tom this before, that you don't build a 100-year project based on $150 million difference, right? You build it where it's going to serve the best, right, in the future. And I don't know the answer to that, but maybe WSP doesn't either. They just look at dollars and cents. And so I guess my example is, you wouldn't build the Anthony Henday out by Bakerville because it's cheaper to build it there than it is in Edmonton.
Right.
You build it where you need it to
Right.
serve the most people, even though it costs more, right? And I kind of use that same logic for this, right? And I like I say, if the people of the Crete, Mackenzie County think that Tompkins is the best area, then I guess that's where it should go. But discussions we've had with some of the locals up there, they say absolutely it should be at Carcajou. That's where it makes the most sense to, to keep expanding that agriculture district further south. Maybe Mercer would be able to use it more for their hauling operations or whatever. But I just don't know if that's ever been really done. If there's been any kind of engagement sessions, and not if that's even part of it, right?
Yeah.
You just, transportation says this is where we're going to put it because it saves us money. And
well, I can tell you, since I've been here, we haven't had any engagement with any municipality. So we're not excluding anybody, right? We haven't really talked to anybody. Unless there was some engagement before. Do you know?
Not that I know of. It's more of trying to find the right location. It is always, Tompkins always brought up first, and then I think Carcajou came in after the fact. And I don't know what WSP did for the cost. I don't know if it's just strictly the bridge itself or the highway connections also. Yeah.
Because what I understand, the actual crossing at Carcajou would be much simpler than it would be at Tompkins, just because better bedrock, shorter crossing, a few different things. So it had to include all of the building some new road on the east side and paving the Carcajou secondary area.
Yeah, and I think there's two other bridges at the Carcajou crossing two major bridges that are required in addition to the river crossing. So I think that is probably the length of the road and the two additional bridges is really what kind of separated them in terms of cost, right? Yeah. So that's something we can, well, I can circulate that back. I have shared that, you know, in our conversations, and I think it's primarily been with you guys. I don't think I've heard much about this from Mackenzie, that the Carcajou crossing is something that we should be considering outside of just that, like you said, is A or B the best crossing location? Well, maybe it's B because the spin-off benefits, right? And I don't know that, well, that's something I've shared only recently in our kind of a recent conversation. So we can definitely advocate for that and share that information.
So we actually tried to have a joint council meeting with Mackenzie.
Oh, yeah.
To get their input on it. I mean, they're gonna be the ones that benefit the most right on the east side of the river. But it was just pre-municipal election and they weren't having any meetings until after elections.
Oh, okay.
So maybe, you know, we're getting close to the Christmas season now, but maybe the new year, we should try have that meeting again, and just hear them out, see what they think. And, I mean, they're representing the residents there, so they should have a feel for what they think. And, I mean, that may not influence your decision at the end of the day anyway. It might come down to the finance treasury board just says, we're not coming up with that extra money. And, but I mean, the return on investment, you gotta look at that, right? Same with any of these projects, it's the spin-off from it would maybe overcome that easily. So.
Right. Yeah. Have you had any conversations with MLA Williams or Minister Williams about this? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That would be another, to me, a real Minister Williams and Minister Dreeshen. I've been in conversations or meetings with them, and so they talk regularly, right? And they both have, you know, kind of big profile jobs, right, with the government, right? So that would be I don't get much airtime with Minister Williams. I don't get much airtime with Minister Dreeshen either, but yeah, definitely. I've let them know that this is something that municipalities are interested in and see some value in, right? And we need to consider it.
No,
yeah.
We have I think a fairly good relationship with them, so we can definitely
Mm-hmm.
you know, talk about that again. So turning lanes, and I think we talked about this before with you. I know we did with Tom when we had him. You know, when I went down to Calgary for Alberta Munis conference, and I took kind of the back west trails down there to avoid all that crazy traffic on Highway 2. And it just amazes me how many turning lanes you see all over county roads. And I mean, don't get me wrong, we have some here. We have, you know, Deadwood, we have, but one in particular that's been brought to my attention more than once is the one at Malikuan, just north of Manning here. So we have a hamlet there. We have a truck fill water station, a county truck fill water station. We have postal boxes there. We have a trucking company that lives to the west of there. We have the community pasture further west. We have major agriculture to the east. So what I'm saying is there's a lot of traffic entering Highway 35 there. And as you know, it's kind of on a curve. So the line of sight is not probably the greatest. And I really think that one should be, I don't know if it's even on your projected list if you have such a thing for turning lanes, but that one should be studied and considered. I mean, I don't know what these things cost anymore. I mean, it used to be $1 million and up for it. And they're probably doubled that now. And that hamlet of Malikuan, if you're familiar, maybe Danny is, but it's got two approaches off Highway 35 into it. So if a turning lane was built, might be an opportunity to eliminate one of those. And you know, you'd have to have a truck turnaround at the end of it there, so trucks coming in for water or equipment or whatever could still have access to turning around on somebody's lawn there. But so I really like that to be considered, and that one among several others we need. Like we have a satellite log yard further north that is just horribly dangerous. Log trucks entering and leaving the highway there. But I mean, we'll take one at a time and call it a victory on this.
Yeah. So in terms of how these and I'll turn it over to Danny for more of the nuts and bolts here soon, but intersections get improved generally when we do an overlay, right? That's kind of, but those only are every kind of 20 to 30 years or longer. So that's not a real reliable kind of way to get intersections improved. The other way is through developers. So a development goes in like a mill, they build the mill, and they also build the intersection as well. And so I wonder if on highway, was it 21 or 22 you were on? 22, so probably when you went down to AM.
Oh, yeah, well, I took the numbers.
Oh,
I went 22 part of the way, then I went through Rimby, that I lost track of the highways.
right. I think sometimes there's lots of oil patch in that area, and the oil industry will build some of those intersections as well. So not all intersections are improved by transportation, I guess is what I'm trying to say. That was a real, well, we talked about that with the bridges in Edmonton, right? The town of Manning wanted the fancier one, and that's the city's deal. So, but generally at scoping, and this is where I'll turn it over to Danny, we would come to the municipalities and say, okay, where's your pressures? Where's your growth? We're paving this section of Highway 35. What's going on, right? What's something that maybe we wouldn't see as the engineers just driving through? And then that helps us to kind of focus in and like Notikewin. I think Notikewin we'd probably bring up anyway, because you can see some development right from the highway. And they would assess those intersections as they go through the design, and then recommend improvements to those sections.
There's no one industry there wasn't one time, there wasn't oil people back there, they're all, it's matured, closed down now, so
Okay.
we can't look at them anymore.
Yeah.
So it's basically agriculture and forestry, and all private kind of operations, so are they gonna fund an intersection? Well,
Yeah. And then the other way is, if we have a real problem intersection, we do have a safety fund that we use. But it would be provincial wide, and so those are, trying to knock off the, top 10 worst intersections in the province every year kind of thing, right? And the list is growing, and we're not shaving as many off as I think would be nice to.
Comes back to the population thing, what might be a safety concern in Strathcona, where there's hundreds of vehicles, you're not gonna see that in Notikewin, but what value do you put on one life, right, and one accident? I mean, just because we don't have the same traffic count as they do, shouldn't mean we get pushed to the bottom.
No, and it would be regionally, right? We would address ours regionally. We would put forward our kind of top intersections and access that funding to address those. Yeah, so I think we've got about 3 intersections that were added that Danny's got kind of flagged, Notikewin kind of being the main
I
one.
think that's 4 now, or you have 3 counting, like.
3 counting Notikewin. I think we had been given.
Based it on.
There's Notikewin, 922, 9. Oh God.
922, that's the Ungarian.
924 and 874. So those are the 3, I think. Charles, is that?
Yeah, I said.
We'll do them all.
Yeah.
That's the ones that we've discussed.
Did Sulphur hit that list? Sulphur.
Yes, Sulphur was on that list, I believe,
870.
I
yes,
forgot
874.
I forgot what the big one was, like.
874.
That's there.
So I think the problem with traffic counts, a lot of the stuff is seasonal too, right? I mean, agriculture, of course, is busy in the spring and in the fall. Pasture hall, same thing, spring and fall. Logging is winter months kind of, but so I mean, you do a traffic count for 30 days, pick a random time, and there's no traffic here. The next day it quadruples, right? So, yeah, I'll leave that there with you. Not on the list, that's great, but advocate.
Yeah, for sure.
So
Yeah.
what we can do with the Notikewin one, I think that's the bigger one, added to 3. Looking at some of the collision history, everything else, I think Notikewin, based on the traffic, and I guess with the service road that's there, there's access in proximity to the intersection. What we can do is we have a regional consultant we've just hired a few months ago. We can have them look at that and do a safety assessment of that one to see what can be done. The only issue when we do the safety assessment with that service road and those multiple accesses, the recommendation can come back that we remove some of those accesses. Which
the one access, the north access, I would think would be the one.
the 35 would make them, because there is the one just north of the intersection, there's another one east on the township road or west on the township road that goes on that service road. So the recommendation could come back saying we remove the highway access just north of the intersection. So you have less accesses onto the highway. So again, it's something that we can look at. So
I mean, you do have a bunch of dirt there to work with because you tear that access out.
Yeah.
Not enough probably, but it'd be a start. And because like I say, you'd have to consider some kind of a loop at the end there to turn heavy traffic around.
Yeah.
Water fill. And there's a contractor there that has, heavy equipment there.
Yeah. So that's what they could look at is like, if it come out what needs to be done on that service road for like a bulb and everything else, or is it better off leaving an access there but make it further north or something, right? So
Okay, well, that's your expertise, we'll leave that to you. Two more things, and then the council may have more to add, but Highway 743, the Weberville Road. I think that's scheduled for an overlay, but we're still advocating that you put it on your kind of your future projected construction list, as we know that there's I mean, it's like the charter school before we don't start doing things until we actually get approval, but there's a huge project proposed north up there, that nuclear plant. So that, I don't know if that's on your guys' radar.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So
Yeah, for sure. We're watching that sucker real close too, because that's that'll change things in that area big time, right?
yeah, so I mean, that highway would always have to be overlaid for sure, if not even trimmed or something, but I mean, I guess as long as you have it on your radar. And then the final thing I have is just giving you an update. Our claim against the engineering on the South Water project is still kind of ongoing, and can't say a whole bunch about it because it's before the lawyers have it right now. I don't know if you have any comments on that, where we're at with that, or the claim with against the engineers on the water line. I mean, we're looking for
Nothing further from where we were, we're still waiting for a court date.
waiting for a court date, and possibly lawyers maybe looking at maybe another court settlement before everyone gets that far, but
Right.
because
Probably need the date, and then the settlement is.
it gets more serious once you get.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys are gonna forgive us all our 75% chipped in, and you can have that to, you're gonna use that to build a roadside highway lighting.
Well, we're happy to have any money that we can get to, but I don't know what the decision is on, I don't know if there is a decision.
Maybe we put a condition that has to be spent in the county. Not in Elk River or Lethbridge, so.
All that said was, once everything's settled, you guys would cut a check back to the government. That's all it says, I think. But then again, we don't want a check back because it goes in general revenue. So we can sort of spend it somewhere that makes sense.
Maybe there's a cost share we can find.
Yeah, you didn't hear that.
We're making the presumptions here that we can get anything, that we only be a small portion of what we're hoping for, but anything will help, so.
Yeah. No, we'll definitely, well, yeah, keep us in the loop, and I understand, I mean, I talked about the Peace Arch, right? That's a similar situation.
Absolutely, we'll keep you in the loop there, so.
Yeah. Okay.
What else we got, another on the wish list?
Has a contractor been awarded for that yet?
For 743? Yeah.
No, for the bridge.
Oh, for the bridge? So it's the pre-qual stuff is happening right away here.
You're talking the Peace River Bridge?
Yeah, the Peace Arch.
Because it's coming quick.
Yeah. So we've had site visits for contractors to come and look, and so that closes, I want to say, this week. Then the successful candidates would then bid on the actual tender. So we're just pre-qualifying contractors. We want to make sure that we're really focusing in on the skill sets, right? Because it's a really technical piece, replacing all of those 90 hangars, and that's the real pinch point. That's what kind of cascaded this situation the way it is that issue alone. And so, I mean, there's other things that grew on that, but that's kind of the crux of the problem. And so we're really focusing on making sure we have people that are contractor that's knowledgeable in this kind of work, because it's really, the tolerances are crazy, right? If they do anything wrong, the bridge is at risk of complete failure. So so we're really keen to find, and we've gotten some really good contractors interested in it. So we're really confident that we're going to find somebody, get somebody on the bridge. Even we have a surveyor go out there, and the locals are just like, they're working on it.
Yeah.
It's just he's just taking a picture, guys. Sorry. It feels. We have a kind of a joke in the office, friends don't let friends talk about the bridge, right? And it really is, it hasn't gone the way we wanted it to. This is not a typical project for transportation. I think the one next to it was a real example of a typical transportation project. This is just had some bad things happen in it, and yeah, so we're still a couple of years yet to finish, right? So 2027 is kind of our.
Don't say that to me.
Yeah.
And then I just want to say I'm excited to see 743 overlay coming. I travel that road all the time, and it would be very nice to see that get done and nice. And then I just wanted to say a quick thank you for coming to our RMA zone meeting. We heard some comments out in the city that not all of their transportation people come to their zone meetings.
Okay. For me, that's like huge bang for my buck. I can talk to every municipality in the region, give one message, it's so efficient, right? So keep the invitations coming, wherever, if it's Bob or whatever,
It's
whoever.
always, you always enjoy it.
Yeah, and I'm gonna get better at doing these, so they're a little bit easier to consume and, find ways that it's, people don't glaze over, right? Because there's lots of information to be received, and some of it's just chip seal or whatever, but it's important to that particular counselor, right? Yeah. So 743 is tendered. The contractor, I believe, is NPA. So that'll be a 2026 project along with 691. 691 was also tendered, and Sandstar is the contractor on that particular project. 691.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So,
Perfect.
yeah, so those are two, I'm looking forward, I live in the Weberville area. And so I'm looking forward to that project, going ahead as well, yeah.
I want to talk about the back half.
Yeah. I drove that for the first time last week too.
You were lucky.
Yeah,
It was impassable for almost 2 weeks there when we had that moisture, the only moisture we had.
yeah,
This-
right.
And
Yeah.
something has to be changed there. We need some, I think it's personnel, but difference there. I hate to say it, but there was gravel put on there and there is none now.
Yeah,
And it didn't take more than a light sprinkle to get it to where it was. I had to put my truck into 4-wheel drive to get from home to the intersection, so we need some
Mhm.
definite work done there.
If I could piggyback off, it's very inconsistent,
right.
because sometimes it can be really good for a while with an operator, and then sometimes it's really not good for a while.
Okay.
with an Operator.
Yeah, and I'll share this with May. She's our operations manager there, and I do think that we're asking him to make a silk purse out of a pig's ear, frankly. Like, I think there's an issue with the road as well. I think there's some soft spots over there. I think
There are soft
some
spots.
strength. I
This
think,
was the whole entire road from my place, well, it was beyond my place, but the whole thing was just total, it was about that much slide. And you just couldn't hold it unless you were right on the middle of the crown there, you couldn't.
yeah.
Yeah, and it gets soft and there was lots of nests all over the place.
Right, yeah.
It's amazing.
Full disclosure, I think transportation, we don't do a great job of gravel roads. I think they're something that's second nature. I think a lot of the province doesn't think we even have gravel highways. So,
Yes, we would like by.
yeah, right. And it's a struggle because it's a big gap between pavement and gravel, and it's difficult to get there. It's 500 vehicles a day is typically when we, that trigger happens and we start looking at it, start considering it is what we say, right? So it's a long ways to go between there and when it gets paved. And then the other factor is, frankly, counties, you guys do an amazing job of gravel maintenance and put us to shame, right? And it's your bread and butter. It's your specialty, right? And frankly, our contractors, their specialty is pavement, and gravel is the secondary kind of idea, right? And not to put it on the contractor, I do think that transportation, we could have some better specs, better support for these roads. I would also kind of make it kind of a bigger picture thing of maintenance in general. Our maintenance dollars have been dropping across the province in terms of highway maintenance. And so even in the paved roads, we're not doing as much maintenance as maybe we would like to do. And so you're probably seeing it a little bit faster on the gravel because it was already kind of the secondary road, right? And so it's something that when I first got here, actually Danny brought it up and said, we got to do something better with gravel roads. And so we're trying to find ways to kind of move the machine of government and in a way that supports kind of better maintenance for gravel roads. And yeah, so it's something that is near and dear to our heart because frankly, our region, we have quite a bit of gravel roads compared to some other regions.
Absolutely. That's another thing I noticed on my drive was the back roads there, the secondaries just were all paved right down south of Edmonton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I, yeah. So,
Okay, well, thanks a lot, you guys, for making time.
yeah,
And maybe, I don't know if this is, I'm just asking the applicants, but maybe we could follow up with another meeting in the new year.
Yeah.
Just to kind of see where these items landed at, and if they, just to keep you.
I wonder, and not to, I'm happy to come kind of whenever. I wonder if after budget is a better, like some of these answers may come out then.
March or April.
April, yeah. We can meet before then.
We do have our zoning meeting coming up in February.
Yeah, but I mean, these questions are specific to our council.
Yeah, yeah.
And,
It's RMA and.
and you know what, if the weather's bad, you're busy, we could even do
by
by
Zoom.
Zoom, I
Yep,
guess.
yep.
Like, this is way better than this, I'm not a fan of Zoom, but it
Yeah.
works.
Yeah, for sure.
And
Yeah.
just to give kind of an update on
Yep.
what we kind of.
Yeah, let me know what time and I'll do my best to be there for sure. Yeah.
Schedule in January sometime.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thanks.
So I'm gonna adjourn this meeting so we can call to order our NPC meeting. Debbie and Gail have been waiting patiently. Welcome again.
Hi, thank you.
Anybody know some? Okay, so I call the meeting to order at 11.
Maybe I will.
Oh,
Maybe I will.
Oh, okay. Change one. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'll call the meeting to order at 11:18. Welcome, everyone. So we'll move to 2.0, the adoption of the agenda. Is there any additions?
Move that.
Jerry moves the second. The agenda as presented. All in favor? Carried. Adoption of the minutes of the October 28th meeting. Is there any errors or omissions? Being done, may we have a motion to Gary and Councillor Thieves, all in favor? Carried. Move on to 4, it's the development permits issued by the development officer. Is there any questions for Pearl on the approved development permits? Being done, we have a motion to accept the recommendation.
Brent beat me.
Brent, Councillor Reese, all in favor? Yeah.
I usually do.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to 4B. About the permits issued by the MPC, development permit 1525/29. Looks like Gail's going to present that. Hello, Gail.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
the applicant proposes locating a 45-meter communication tower on the northeast of 1689-23 west of the 5th. The quarter section is designated Agriculture General A District, which allows a communication tower or public utility as a discretionary use. The communication tower is made of steel, requires a pile footing with safety light and lightning protection, and will be located within a fenced 3-meter by 3-meter compound. Range Road 233 is located on the east side of the quarter section. Access to the subject site is located from Range Road 233 on the north half of the quarter. The parcel has a residence and farm-related buildings. The remaining lands are in agriculture protection with seasonal wet areas. The property is located 4 kilometers northeast of Lone Star and 3.2 kilometers east of Highway 35. With exception to the quarter section to the southwest of the subject property, which is zoned Crown land, surrounding lands are zoned A District and are mostly in agriculture production with trees and pasture. Based on aerial photography, there is only one residential development within 1.6 kilometers of the subject parcel. The proposed development meets all regulations of the A District. The applicant, in accordance with Industry Canada requirements, advertised the location and a description of the proposed development in the Mile Zero Banner Post on August 20th, 2025. No comments and/or concerns were received from members of the public. No additional notification was required as per Section 4.2 of the Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada and Section I-2315 of the county's land use bylaw. Responses received from Alberta Energy Regulator and the county's Public Works Department indicated they had no concerns with the proposed development. It is recommended that the application for the location of a 45-meter communication tower on the northeast of 168923 west of the 5th be approved, subject to the 7 conditions outlined.
Thank you, Gail. Any
Thank you.
questions from council? Seeing none, maybe we have a motion to approve the development permit DP 25-29 with the 7 conditions. Councillor Shug. All in favor? Carried. Next is DP 25-30. Looks like you again, Gail.
It is, thank you. So the applicant proposes to locate a 45-meter communication tower on part of the northeast of 259022 west of the 5th. The parcel is 9.66 hectares or 23.86 acres in area and is designated Agriculture General A District. The quarter section is designated Agriculture General A District, which allows a communication tower or public utility as a discretionary use. The communication tower is made of steel, requires a pile footing with safety lights and lightning protection, and will be located within the fenced 3 by 3 meter compound. The parcel is located east of Range Road 220A and is bound by an undeveloped road allowance to the northwest and an undeveloped road allowance to the southeast. The communication tower is proposed to be located 10 meters from the undeveloped road allowance to the northwest, requiring a variance to the setback requirements. The county's Director of Public Works has advised that there are no plans to develop the road and has no issues with a variance being approved. Township Road 905B on the quarter section, heading east from Range Road 220A, provides access to the subject site. The parcel has a residence and farm-related buildings, while a small portion of the remaining lands is in agriculture production, with a balance being heavily treed. The applicant, in accordance with Industry Canada requirements, advertised the location and a description of the proposed development in the Mile Zero banner post on August 20th, 2025. No comments and/or concerns were received from members of the public. No additional notification was required as per Section 4.2 of the Innovation, Science and Economic Development of Canada and Section I-2315 of the county's land use bylaw. Responses received from TELUS, Alberta Energy Regulator, and the county's Public Works Department indicated they had no concerns with the proposed development. It is recommended that the application for the location of a 45-meter communication tower on part of 259022 west of the 5th be approved, subject to 7 conditions outlined.
Thank you, Gail. Any questions from council? Being none, can we have a motion to approve development permit DP 25-30 with the 7 conditions? Councillor Yasinski, all in favor? Next one is DP 25-40. It looks like Deb.
Good morning. The applicant is Spur Petroleum, and they're proposing to operate a temporary industrial camp to accommodate 23 workers from January 1st of 2026 to March 31st of 2026. The site at Northeast 13100 or West of the 6th is designated Crown Land, and the proposed industrial camp is considered a discretionary use. The site has previously been used as a temporary industrial camp. The camp area will occupy an area of 80 meters by 50 meters and consists of a main building that is 34 by 17, a parking area, an area for water and sewer holding tanks. The main building contains sleeping quarters, a recreation room, and kitchen. The applicant hires a contractor to take care of the accommodation, cleaning, and food prep. A similar application to operate this industrial camp was approved last year from January 15th to the March 30th. It was approved by the Development Authority on the 14th of January, but they were unable to complete the work during winter breakup. The land surrounding the development is designated Crown Land and all are undeveloped. The development site is accessed by Township Road 1020. The County of Northern Lights has approved Spur Petroleum Limited's use of the road. Spur Petroleum must comply with the conditions of the current road use agreement, which expires December 31st, and a renewal is required. The applicant proposes to haul potable water to the site and dispose of wastewater and garbage at an approved off-site facility. The development site does not fall within any intermunicipal plan or area structure plan. The proposed development meets the intent and policies of section 6.3 of industrial development policies and the regulations of section I-12, which is industrial camps. The safety codes permit inspections agency have reviewed the disposition approval and are satisfied. Prior to start of the project and completion, they must contact the road supervisor, Mike Connell, and in addition, all overweight vehicles must obtain appropriate road permits from road data. Our recommendation is that the application be approved subject to the conditions listed.
Thank you, Deb. Any questions from council? Seeing none, we have a motion to approve development permit VP-25-40 with the 14 conditions. Councillor Reese, all in favor? Nothing for Ms. Sylvania, so I guess I can adjourn the meeting at 11:28.
Okay, now we convene and maybe we'll jump to page 2 in the agenda. We'll move the subdivision course now. So we're going to everybody find that it's 6.6.1. Item A, subdivision report 25 NL 15, so page 165 of your iPad. Who's going to take us through that one?
I will be taking through that one. Thank you. So the applicant proposes to subdivide a 3.56 hectare or 8.8 acre parcel from the southeast of 89022 west of the 5th for a residential farmstead separation. The proposed parcel area meets the requirements of the A district of the county's land use bylaw. The proposed parcel is located 4.8 kilometers north of Deadwood and west of Range Road 224. The quarter section of proposed parcel are designated A district. The proposed parcel contains a dwelling, an open discharge system, and a shelter belt of trees surrounding the dwelling. The quarter section is under agriculture protection and includes an existing dugout 5 meters or 16.49 feet south of the newly proposed property boundary. Although the dugout is currently empty, this distance was measured from the property line to the estimated high water mark. Section I-6 of the county's land use bylaw states that all dugouts shall be set back a minimum of 15.2 meters or 50 feet from any lot line. The applicant owner has requested a variance to allow the dugout to remain at its current location, as they have indicated the dugout is for agriculture use and would be valuable in the event of a fire. If a variance is not granted, the applicant is prepared to fill in the north end of the dugout to meet the minimum setback requirement from the proposed property boundary. The dugout variance is recommended as it meets the setback distance requirements from the adjacent roadway or Range Road 224, and the reduced separation distance from the south boundary of the proposed parcel will have minimal impact. All lands adjacent to the subject parcel are zoned A district. The proposed parcel is compatible with existing land uses in the surrounding area and is not considered to have a negative impact on adjacent lands. The proposed parcel is accessed from the east via Range Road 224, which has a residential road classification. The applicant will be required to construct a new approach from Range Road 224 to access the balance of the quarter section. In accordance with Section 662 of the Municipal Government Act and Policy 9.2.4B of the MDP, a 5-meter road right-of-way will be required by caveat along the east boundary of the proposed parcel and the balance of the quarter section adjacent to the road allowance for Range Road 224. There is no conflict with the MDP. Policy 4.2.7 allows for the subdivision of land to accommodate a farmstead separation. The proposed subdivision meets the intent of the MDP. The proposed parcel size is smaller than the maximum 4 hectares or 10 acres allowed by the A district for farmstead separations. Section I-6 of the land use bylaw requires dugouts to be located a minimum of 15.2 meters or 50 feet from any property line. The dugout is located approximately 5 meters or 16.49 feet south of the proposed property boundary. Either a variance can be granted to allow the dugout to remain at its current location, or the landowner will be required to fill a portion of the dugout to the north to ensure setback requirements are being met. Alberta Heritage and Tourism indicated that the applicant owner shall submit an online permit and clearance, or OPAC, prior to any future development occurring on either the parcel or the balance of the lands. County and Northern Lights indicated the applicant owner will be required to submit an approach application to the county and notify the county once the approach has been constructed to ensure it is compliant with county standards. Construction details were provided. Alberta Energy Regulator, ATCO Electric Limited, and TELUS responded indicating they had no concerns with the proposed subdivision. It is recommended that a variance be granted to allow the existing dugout to be located 5 meters or 16.49 feet from the south property boundary, measured to the estimated high water mark, and further that the subdivision application to create a 3.56 hectare or 8.8 acre parcel from southeast of 890-22 west of the 5th be approved, subject to the 8 conditions outlined.
Okay, thanks, Neil. So
Thank you.
We can roll that variance in with approval in one motion. Okay. Any questions on this one? Okay, Councillor Duncan moves that we approve the subdivision, or that we grant a variance and approve the subdivision with 8 conditions. I'll just do some catch up here, and maybe show what it is. If you just don't see it, that's fine. Any questions? All in favor? Carried. Okay, item B, subdivision 25 NL 16.
Yes, thank you. The applicant is proposing to subdivide a 2.6 hectare or 6.4 acre parcel from Southwest 299123 west of the 5th for a residential parcel. The parcel is fragmented from the balance of the quarter by Township Road 914A and is the first parcel out of the quarter section. It complies with the maximum size of 4 hectares or 10 acres being allowed for the Ag A district. The proposed parcel is located in the southwest corner of the Southwest 2923 west of the 5th, west of Township Road 914A and east of the Notikewin River. The quarter section is 1.6 kilometers east of the Manning town limits. The parcel is heavily treed and contains wetlands, a steep ravine in the north, and the ravine will limit the location of access to the parcel as well as limiting developable building area of the parcel. All lands adjacent to the subject parcel are Ag A, and the parcel is compatible with the existing lands surrounding the area and is not considered to have a negative impact on adjacent lands. The proposed parcel is bound by an undeveloped road allowance on both the west and south property lines. Range Road 235, which has a residential road classification, ends at the northern tip of the proposed parcel. The roadway then changes to Township Road 914A, which angles to the east and bounds the east property line of the proposed parcel. From the southerly undeveloped road allowance, Township Road 914 is classed as a private driveway and is intended to provide access to an existing parcel further to the south. Public Works has confirmed there is a significant ravine that will limit developable area of the parcel, as well as potential for stormwater runoff issues. The county is not in favor of maintaining the approach as it has a high washout potential. The applicant has been made aware of the issues and would still like to proceed. And the Public Works Department is requiring a condition that will require that applicant to maintain the approach. In accordance with Section 662 of the MGA and Policy 9.24B of the MDP, a 5-meter road right-of-way will be required by caveat along the east boundary of the property, adjacent to Township Road 914A, and along the east boundary of the balance of the quarter, adjacent to 235. There is a county water line near the proposed parcel that provides potable water to the existing farmstead on the quarter section. There is no record of an existing water well on the quarter. The applicant has advised that the purchaser of the proposed parcel wants to tie into county water. And the owner of the quarter section has an open discharge. However, this is not possible on the proposed subdivision. The applicant has advised that the purchaser will propose a holding tank that will be pumped out as needed. And he's been advised that the sanitary service must be completed in accordance with Alberta Private Sewage System Standards 2021. And the plan was circulated to a number of agencies, and the county, as indicated earlier, they indicated there is a significant ravine and they do not want to maintain the approach. So we would be putting that as a condition. ATCO Electric has advised that they would like an easement because they will be, they'll be approaching the landowner for the purpose of acquiring a power line right of way on all the facilities affected by this subdivision. And they'll register the right of way on the title in the form of a caveat. And preparation and all costs will be are the responsibility of ATCO. The recommendation is to approve the subdivision from the southwest 29, 91, 23 west to the 5th, and that it be approved subject to the conditions, including the road condition that the county will not maintain the approach.
Okay, thank you. One question, that Township Road 914A, is that and maybe Charles will know, is that a residential road or is that
I have
field?
really know way more about this than I care to. That road allowance previously ran to the east and then south. The county traded land to move the road allowance over to where it is now. It is technically a residential road that services, at this point in time, one person. One resident.
Like further south there?
Yes. Our road allowance ends at the undeveloped road allowance. It is then private drive after that.
So this is a residential road then that would border this subdivision?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
So, Deb, is there a building site? Is there enough room to do a building, like to build with the setback?
We had one put on the one site plan. Maybe you can bring that up, Pearl. It's a little further.
You flip into your booklets a little bit into the application there. I think it's 3 or 4 pages after the recommendation.
Not that one. Keep going. There. They're showing a building envelope, a triangular piece at the very south end of the property. It's outlined in red.
Triangular.
That is what our drafts people did up for a building area.
What was that?
That triangular area in the south, it would be the southwest corner. That is what they've determined could be a building site.
And there would be enough room for setbacks for the.
I think there isn't enough setbacks for sewer, for a pump out system at all, but they may need setback variances for the residents that they're proposing, but that would have to come back to MPC.
Okay. Pretty skinny little piece, but I guess.
Yeah, sure, it really is.
Where is the approach going on this?
So when I spoke with the individual that's subdividing, they are not 100% sure where they want to put their approach. It is on a fairly substantial hill, which is why I have indicated that
the county should not be responsible for maintaining that approach, because it is a high washout potential. The ravine itself, that's a bit of an issue, but it will likely go. The only spot really that I can tell is around, on that picture there, there's a 41 meter from the road. There's a, I can't tell, see it on that map actually. But it's kind of down in the southeast corner. Somewhere in that area, and they could very well put an approach there, but yeah, like I said, I don't feel that is responsibility of the fellow taxpayers to.
And
maybe
that goes
place
up the title, so that if it ever changes hands, it stays, right?
It should, yeah. Cause we've done that in the past with like temporary approaches that landowners have signed off that, yes, we wanna keep it. Okay, well, yes, but we're not touching it because it was meant to be temporary.
It'll be listed in their development agreement if it is approved.
And they are very well aware of the issues, so they've consulted with surveyors and other engineers, so.
They're okay with the triangle?
They've been made aware of the triangle. I don't know if it's since been passed on to who they intend to sell it to,
And.
because I don't know who
yeah.
that's going to.
So remember, who's gonna get a development permit for this and who is doing subdivision is two different
That's-
people, right?
That's my.
As of right now, you have a subdivision request before you, but not a development permit request. There's a lot that has to happen before we can get there. So we've tried our best to mitigate to ensure that we're not doing this for nothing. But that's more than we would otherwise have to do.
For sure.
Cause I just see that triangle almost lands right on the banks of the river, which looks like a cut bank there. Which would probably mean that's gonna continue to slide there, but I guess depending where they decide to build on. But I guess that's another issue, the development permit.
Yeah.
Comes around if they do.
That's the easy answer, yeah.
What is the actual setback away from the river? So that's my question.
That's an impossible question to answer because it's based on the depth of the
The depth,
ravine that the river is in.
On the depth of what?
Depth
Of the ravine that the river lies in.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I mean. I guess we have no reason not to approve the subdivision. We'll move ahead with the next step if there is one.
And that was kind of the mitigating factors that Pearl and I think ISL have taken is just. We wanted to make sure that they were aware that there could be size issues, because obviously this is going to lead to a sale and another development permit. We've done that, so I think we've done our due diligence.
Mhm.
Charles has his concerns or comments, just about the fragmented parcel and the access, we know those.
Yeah, so
Kind of.
I guess if they're aware that.
I'll move approval subject to conditions.
Yep. We have a motion to approve the subdivision with the conditions. Any last comments? All in favor? Carried, opposed? Opposed, okay, so that's carried, so.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Yeah, well, actually, we might just take a lunch break. Can't wait? Go ahead, yeah, we can take a 5-minute break. I just thought we'd get through with Pearl and we'll go to lunch. I think that's it for Dale and Deb.
Yep.
Looks like one has already left, so.
Thanks, ladies.
Okay, let's move to item C, administration planning and development update. What do you got for us, Pearl?
Our monthly summary. So in October, myself and Josh received 15 development permit inquiries. ISL received 2 for a total of 17. As a result of that, 3 applications were received and 3 development permits and notices of decisions were issued within October. For subdivisions, 10 inquiries were received by county staff. None were received by ISL for a total of 10 inquiries. 1 resulted in an application. 1 notice of decision has been issued and currently none were endorsed. No one had their surveys finished. There's a total of 18 files that we have in October that were open that ISL assisted with all of them. As you know from our conversation earlier this morning, we'll be bringing back the CCAN land use bylaw amendment for you. We'll also be bringing back the Hamlet chickens. And those will likely be at the same time. We are once again able to mail our circulation notices and notices of decision, so that's wonderful and makes it a lot easier going forward.
Okay, good work.
Yeah, thanks,
You're
guys.
busy.
Busy month indeed.
Any questions for Pearl on her report? I'll get a motion to accept it for information. Gary, Councillor Thies, all in favor?
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pearl.
Council, we got quite a bit to go through. We take a break at lunch. You gotta take a break anyway, so. What do you think? Yeah, sure. Walk the rooms again, try out the new owners.
Yeah.
Yes.
Back to page 1 on the agenda.
Somebody needs to be.
6.1.1, item B is the Greater History Book Association letter of support request. We've all read that. Or
I would be okay to make a motion to send a letter of support for their grant request.
Councillor Chun moves that we acknowledge receipt of the letter of support request and well, there it is, authorize the letter of support. Any questions, clarification? All in favor? It's carried. Item C is the Alberta Community Partnership Program Grant. Who wants to talk about this one?
I can talk about that one. So there's an ACP grant application that we're putting in with Mackenzie County, and we just need a motion from council approving that we do this collaboratively. And this is requiring for up to, I think, $200,000. I don't think they really get that much, but if council can just approve that motion, that'd be great.
So this is just a general collaboration grant, nothing targeted specifically, or?
No, nothing specifically. It's just regional collaboration and capacity building is what they're for. So previously we applied for under this ACP grant as for an internship program. They denied both of those. Both of our application, one was for a finance position, the other one was for a development person. And hopefully we can be more successful this time. Not all thumbs, but we can help.
So is it just between us and Mackenzie, or is it the town high level?
No, they wanted, no, it's us and Mackenzie. They wanted, there was another from.
Smoky Lake
Smoky
is
Lake,
partnering
but
with
that's-
Mackenzie, but
Yeah.
we are not.
We don't sure, yeah.
We can switch, yes. Wait.
So I just wonder. So we become partners on this, it says, so if we do get $200,000, then we kind of pool that money somehow.
And work together on how we can spend it, you know.
Yeah, it says, work
Building.
together and improve economic development processes.
Build a bridge at where we want to be.
Too soon, Harry. Too soon.
Yeah, well, so we'll see. Any problem with that again, if we get some free money from the government, I don't know. So Mr. Warner, you'll make that motion. Peter Councillor Thies moves that the acknowledge receipt. Authorize working with them. Any further questions? All in favor? Carried. Item D is the Going North Conference. So I think we get a couple of tickets for that already as a silver sponsor. That's correct. Yeah. Yeah, provides 2 complimentary registrations for. So I would love to go to, I think this is a great conference. But I mean, all the council can go if we want, if we choose to, right? So,
I would like to attend as well.
yeah. Okay. You would too?
No, I've been there several times, so.
That doesn't mean it's not good yet, a little bit.
I
I mean, yeah, I mean, we get 2 complimentary registrations, but I don't want the registration. Even pulling up 449 early bird. Jalen,
I was thinking about it, I haven't gone before, but I think if you and Brenda are going to use the complimentary, then that's fine, yeah, you guys can bring it back.
Brent,
No. Let's go.
Gary,
I'll sit
we'll
this
set this one out. Okay, so. Teresa's already had me, she already got her names in there, so. Just need a motion to approve that then.
You make that motion.
Okay, Councillor Deacon, all in favor? It's carried. Item E is the Peace River Community Health Center invitation, where they renamed it, that's already after the fact, but I guess we just need a motion to approve what attendance. Remember when I attended? If I'm interpreting that right, that's why it's on here.
I can make that motion.
Okay, Councillor Shug. It was a very good ceremony, Garrett was there too. It was mostly just municipal people and a few other people in the attendance there. And Marshall, he was pretty proud of the moment.
Oh, yeah, that was just. It's kind of fun.
That's quite a lot of fun.
3.1 million.
No, but
I made the motion, but Kuzinski went, yeah, I was going to, but I ended up getting.
sorry,
Sorry,
sorry, Teresa.
I wanted to go, but it was like, it was nice, so it's exciting for them.
Okay, any clarity on that? All in favor? It's carried. Okay, item F, this is a big acronym, APRCWA Annual General Meeting.
Alberta Provincial Crown Watch Association.
Yep.
Yeah, so I asked them to put it on here. They've been struggling with attendance, so they're kind of trying to determine if they're gonna have it in person or virtually. So this is just to save the date at this point. But if council would consider letting me go, then I would let them know that at least we have one interested party going, so they can make a decision if they're going to do it virtually or in person. It is in Nisku. Just after RMA Spring Convention.
Yeah, it kind of runs consecutively with.
Yeah.
Or maybe we'll do that, I guess.
Yeah, so at this point, just accept for information and then I'll take it back to our CAC meeting next week and let them know that we have interest or not.
So yeah, we let them know that we definitely will. Send somebody.
Yeah, I think it's important right now with Karina and the position. It would be nice to keep somebody in the municipal realm because currently there is nobody in the municipal world reporting back now, so.
Okay, give me that motion. Or do
I
they?
did not make that motion.
No, all you did. Councillor Deacon, all in favor? Carried. Item G is the Alberta Ombudsman Municipal Webinar. So this would be very similar to what we've seen at the breakout session.
Yeah, I don't want to go to the booth. I think it's more for admin. Sorry, we sat through it. We went through an hour with it. We did our time.
Well, I did too, so
And I think this is only like 30 minutes.
No, we're okay.
we can accept it for information.
Yeah, great idea. I'll move to accept.
Okay, Councillor Simpson needs to accept it for information.
I was putting it on there, I had a giggle.
All in favor? It's carried. Item H. The county website page, proposed nuclear power generation facilities. Brenda, you kind of asked for this?
Yeah, I just thought it would be good, to have like a timeline of the project. I put on here starting with Dan Williams meeting, but it doesn't really have to be. It could start with, owning to submitting a proposal. At that point forward, Northern Sunrise County has a really good timeline of events. A lot of what's on their website is pertaining to them personally, but I think as far as CNSC and I are concerned, we can add on it, and then anything we've done.
Yeah, so there's their page they put on their little. Yeah, I mean, we always talk about engagement and sharing information. Whether people go to our website or not, at least it's there. Would administration be able to do something like that?
Well, first of all, we have to decide what are we putting on there. Are we just putting on there the proponent's information? So that could be as easy as an hyperlink to their website with whatever the information, relevant information, or do we prepare county-specific information that we put on our website as a page? We can still have a hyperlink in there too.
Yeah, I think link to any outside information, outside websites. You know, anytime IAP does a survey, you know, which should be readily available.
Because that we do share normally either on Facebook as well as a website as well.
I know, but sometimes it's not easy to find. Like it's definitely, we've been doing that, but I just think it'd be nice to have one page to go to that's on our home page, like the other links at the top of the page there.
Well, certainly, I see Teresa bringing up the Canopy server, they're doing something similar.
They have, yeah.
And I mean, it's all about engagement and communication
So did Pratt not get a communication grant?
and.
Like, I'm just wondering, like, because it's supposed to be a regional project, like, is that something that maybe we should all get together, so we're, like, cause I scrolled through them too, and they're not all saying the same thing, like. So could that not be some of what we could spend that communication grant on, was to get the same messaging across all of our websites?
So the grant wasn't specific labeled communication, it was kind of just a
Okay,
municipal kind of, sort of like we just agreed with Mackenzie now.
okay,
And so to do what you want with it, but we agreed that probably communication is a
great.
key element, right? So,
I'm just thinking, like, in order to get all the information compiled, like, that's a big labor of love. Like, that's gonna be some time management, and then if we're all in it together, then shouldn't we all have the same information on all of our?
yeah. but
Well, it is
it's-
gonna be slightly different with each municipality, but,
Yeah,
I think, we still need to do our own.
as you can see, Northern Sunrise and the Talent Peace River both already ran ahead with theirs, so.
Yeah,
To try to rewind that and have a collaborative, I mean, that's something we have an upcoming meeting in December. We
Yeah.
can bring that out again and just, say what's the best way to deal with this, right? But
but
So-
like, if we're just posting, timeline of events from CNSC and IAC and Energy Alberta, we're just putting out facts of what's happening, like, we're not,
And really, what else can we, but.
well, that's all,
Yeah.
yeah, that's all we want.
Yeah.
Like, just so people have a place they can find it.
Yeah.
So right up there, with services community government, there should be
Well,
it could be a newspaper project.
No, I already have a.
so there we are. So we have to add on here now, too, that the government of Alberta is also doing engagement, all right, so we should be putting some hyperlinks there.
And I think definitely just put links to make things easier, you don't have to explain the whole thing.
Yeah, you can direct people if they have questions directly to that website with all the links on it. So you've done this, Trin? What we're saying?
Been updating the website with information related to the project in the news section. I've also created a news section filter specific to the nuclear power project, so people can filter all of our news articles specifically to that. And what I'll do is I'll repost or share the information on our Facebook page, I think Maya, engaging kind of stuff, as well as the news section. I can do a dedicated page. I kind of already have an idea of where to place it and whatnot. I just need to know specifics on what you want the content, how you want it to be managed.
Oh, this is a good start. It's exactly what you were talking about. You probably wasn't aware that was there already.
Well, I just need to do a search
Yeah.
And then I found it.
So is it buried in the website? Hard to,
Well, no, if you have to Alberta Energy or nuclear power,
Peace
you
River,
find it.
Peace River Nuclear Power Project?
I just think it's convenient to have just click on
Mhm.
the link on your main page, but.
So like Northern Sunrise you looked at earlier, did they have a tab right on the homepage? Click on it. Yeah,
Well, if you go on their homepage.
Right here.
you know, right down there, the question mark is it?
And they all have them under their, economic development departments.
So, yeah, I mean, we have something,
Similar. Big job for anyone, but I think it's important to have that information on our website. for the residents.
and then if you go to, and I can send you the, the link. Because the government of Alberta started an engagement process now, and I don't know if that's on there, on ours. Because there's some links there, you can take surveys and. I didn't see it there. Because it's fairly new, right, so we,
Yeah, generally what I do is if they have like a specific subscriber news list to the project, like IAC has it. Then I get those alerts to my inbox and then I have like a visual reminder to check for information.
No,
this is kind of so outside of that, so. Okay, well, so. Anything,
is that enough? Or do we? It's basically just, anything that comes up and post it on from IAC.
keep it current, yeah.
Yeah. And then like when we had our open houses like that. One of them. Similar to what? Northern Summits, so.
We made some notes, I see, and so did the trim, so.
And then I know there was questions about who was gonna look after it and all this, just talking to Cindy Miller there, she said, they're, like, she's the one they go through to post it, to make sure it's good or whatever. But she said they also have, one employee there happens to be their development officer that, tracks the events, like probably has a subscription and keeps track of developments on it. So I don't know who would Trinity. She's already come doing it.
I'm following what developments on it, as in
No,
information.
it happens to be the person that watches the website
Okay.
for new.
Because I don't think there's any development permit. Stop.
No.
I'm just saying, like
News
that's.
articles.
Just somebody on their staff happens to kind of track things, and it just happens to be a development person, nothing to do with
Maybe
it.
she's the one that has them.
Maybe Charles will be the guy that has to do it for us.
Oh, I'm good.
It's not, you know.
He's got lots of free time.
Well, most of the communication was already sent to me and then I forwarded on to Trent, so
Kind of goes
I don't think we missed a lot of stuff because we post everything on Facebook and the website is news I think so. Should have it.
Okay, so you good, Brenda, then?
Yeah.
I think that's good, so. So just need a motion to acknowledge receipt of the website page. Continue to keep the information current on social media as well. Councillor Hughes will make that motion. All in favor? It's carried. Item I is an addition. You guys have to go to a separate email. The Peace Regional RCMP Community Advisory Committee, the letter of support done.
Yes, so this one, is for the real-time center, kind of come up at RMA too. We're just trying to get our support behind it, because given our rural and remote locations, this would play a huge role in speeding times up and getting some information out, and something that the RCMP advisory has been advocating really hard for. And we're hoping to get some municipal letters of support to attach to this letter to send out. Mr. Ellis.
You didn't provide a template letter, this we can. You know, time to draft something to agree to?
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go.
No,
Very sweet.
I know you're probably packing your suitcases, so I just want to make sure that we're still focused.
No.
Yeah, it's going on all the council's agendas, so they'll be coming out, and then we were kind of hoping to have them collected by the end of the week, but if that's not possible, just let me know and I'll let them know.
By the end of this week?
Yeah, we'd like to get it out before Christmas and all the chaos, and it goes down to the bottom of the pile.
Okay, so they want to make a motion that we acknowledge receipt of this request and draft the letter of support. Only Councillor Reese, all in favor? It's carried. Item J is a fire services awards night invitation. Coming up December the 6th.
Used to be that 2 weeks notice this time.
Yeah, that's okay.
Saying
There might have been some pressure applied.
I know I went last year and so did Gary and I think that was all. Brenda, were you there?
I missed last year.
I mean, very important that we have council attendance to show our support. And I would be available to go again, but I don't know.
I will too, yeah.
I can. And you would go too? So let's,
Brenda, you come? I am.
Come to.
Kind of a busy day, but I could probably make it on. But I can just, that's okay, but yeah, no, I would like to.
Yeah.
I think it would mean a lot for them.
So Taylor, Gary, Brenda, and myself. Right? Oh. Right. Thanks. 5:30. Cocktails at 5:30. Okay, just need a motion to acknowledge receipt of the invitation. We'll have to move it for time, I guess. I don't know if they want RSVP for catering purposes or. I can do that. Okay, also these, all in favor? It's carried.
I'm sorry, did Councillor Reese make that?
This last one for the fire, that Gary did.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. And then the other addition was K, the FCSS. Email I got late yesterday that they wanted to, so I'll drink out and she needed by the end of the day, but it
I
turns out.
could not get a hold of her,
Okay.
so I'm hoping Councillor Reese can speak to it, because I don't have any extra information.
I also don't have any.
We discussed this in big terms, so.
When you did their presentation, I think they also mentioned what they're.
Yeah, it's been a topic of discussion, but we didn't have anything solid on this. I mean, I certainly don't have a problem sending a letter. I thought it was close enough to a meeting that we could discuss it here, right?
I think maybe the time pressure that she had was maybe the deadline of applying. That's the only thing I could add.
That's what it was.
And I don't have any information to add to that. That's right.
So if I, from administration side, maybe can just pulse to mention to her that last minute stuff like that will normally not be very favorable with the council, so.
Yeah, and I appreciate that.
If you could maybe put a request in at least a week or so in advance, so we can.
So did you send that letter? Yes.
No.
Oh, I hope she didn't miss it.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be a lesson learned if they did, I guess, because. It's pretty tough to, I think it was in the afternoon that came, and we didn't get much time to react to it.
It's not a little bit supportive, it's the,
A monetary ask.
it would have been.
Well, and the templated letter was there, so you can see exactly what it's going to say.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, we'll send it after the fact, potentially, because we don't know, maybe it's still not too late. If that's what council desires, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, just need a motion.
I'll make.
Okay, Councillor Reese makes that motion, All in favor? Carried. 6.1.2, item A is a formal CEO report.
Well, just from my side, I mean, RMA, I think was quite a good information session that we got out of this. I'm still waiting for Deputy Reeve's notes on the bed session. I know there was, she was my official note taker there.
I'll send
For which one? No, but for which session?
For the second bed session there, where apparently there was like all the ministers, which is really cool to see. And just a reminder again to council, I am officially on vacation from Friday afternoon, the 5th, lunchtime-ish, and then
Not this Friday, next Friday.
next Friday, my trusted colleague is going to be at the helm there. But if there's any urgent meetings, please let me know. I'll please try and schedule them in the morning, so I don't do like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning sessions, because that would be disastrous for both sides. And that's it. And
And when are you going?
I think it's the 11th, 12th, January 12th. That's the first day back in the office.
That's all we got for report.
That's all I have.
Okay. Short and sweet. Any questions on the CEO report? Otherwise, good motion to accept the verbal report. Okay, Councillor Sinski leads to acknowledge receipt of the CEO's verbal report, accept the information. All in favor?
Just a reminder, Saturday, Friday evening is the county Christmas party. Don't use that.
And it's also the Manning is having a light up that night too, eh?
Yeah.
Isn't it? Okay, we can move to 6.1.5 finance, and most of it is, it's all on page 2 of the agenda. Item A is the August bank register.
Gotta make it look like I'm busy, no? Don't usually have an issue with that. Payment registers, sorry, so, August and September back, or sorry, August 1st, I guess. Then bank register, we're doing a few different things here, so, this is the payment register for August, the first one, so everybody that we paid. Here for your questions, like you've seen it, we're playing catch up, obviously, since the new person took over in the role. So these will be back to regularly coming once a month.
Okay, no questions on that? Get a motion to acknowledge receipt, except for information. Councillor Shug, all in favor? Carried. Next is the September bank register.
Yeah, I just hesitated because I have bank reconciliations on here as well, so I just wanted to make sure it was the same thing, but yes. So same thing, but for September. Again, there for any questions, if you have any.
Seeing any. Okay, Councillor Decker moves to acknowledge receipt, September check register, accept the information. All in favor? Carried. Item C is the September bank reconciliation.
So that's again, lots of pages, but that is for bank reconciliation for September, so. There is always for your guys' approval. Or questions if you have them.
What was that? Right? I'll move. You move to accept the information. All in favor? It's carried. And then we can move to item D is a director of finance update. With a light up. October bank reconciliation.
It's just the order that I got them into,
Okay.
so
That's right.
no weird reasons. Skip through all these pages. The bank reconciliation format remains, the only people that have ever commented on how much they like the format and all the detail is the partner of the accounting firm that does our audits.
It's important to keep that.
Haven't heard anybody else say anything good about it. It's a lot, so. I'm at my report now, so a couple things to update you guys on. First and foremost, FCSS payments. So just so I'm not reading verbatim, we have 3 agreements, Manning, Grimshaw, Peace River. We used to always, for the entire decade I've been here, pay all 3 of them the same amount of money every year. It's just 25% over top of what our grant was that we received. Then Peace River decided they wanted to change that when we did our ICF negotiations, so they took less money just based on their budgets. We don't know what that is every year, it changes, but it's proven to be way less. The other 2, Grimshaw and Manning, are paid under the same agreements, which then at the end of every year, which just happened last week, I find out we have $30,000 extra that we need to spend. Ballpark, I think it was 30, yeah, just over 30,000. So, that means either we have to hold on to it and report a surplus to the provincial government, and then they'll withhold our payments and we'll go through it all again next year. Or I dole it out to Peace River and to Grimshaw and Manning, if they'll take it, because they have 2 months now to spend it. Luckily this year and last year, same thing, both of them were willing to take it. In conversations with them, it seemed like they were stretching their budgets for this year quite thin or bad direction already, so it was actually welcome news. However, this is a pain in the butt. So I think I don't know the answer to this, but it's not gonna change as far as the piece from Peace River. That's gonna keep making this a big unknown. So we might want to revisit the other 2 agreements we have with Grimshaw and Manning. If our representatives from those boards are willing to maybe just have that conversation, not the whole amount, but maybe since we've been having to dole out 30 grand extra at the end of every year, we bumped their 2 agreements up by 10, and now we're only dealing with 10,000 instead of 30. Might make sense. I can do that administratively as well and have those conversations if you guys would like, but it's just, it's annoying, and it's too time sensitive to really do anything with. Luckily, the money can go to these 2 organizations, so at least it's your money for FCSS being spent on FCSS activities.
Although it's hard for them to plan around this.
Absolutely.
It's a kind of a wild card deal.
Yeah. And really from my end, the best that I can say is, well, for 3 years now, we've had a surplus of about this much, but I have no access to Peace River budget, so I can't tell you how much it's gonna be. I can guess, but it's subject to change with information that I have no control over. And I don't really want to sell you guys short either.
When do you get Peace Rivers, the amount that they want?
But it depends. This year I got, I think April, and then last week or 2 weeks ago, and it's 2 installments. The problem is it's based on their budget and their actual from their audited financial statements. The first one I got was preliminary, their audit wasn't done, so could be subject to change, or like quite substantial change. And then we didn't hear anything again until November, beginning of November, which is quite late, right?
So what happens if you dole out money to the other 2 and they ask for more money? Then what happens?
Then you would short money, I guess, on that budget. I don't know. This is why I haven't done this historically.
Well, I
right?
mean, that's just, right?
Yeah, so essentially you would just be funding more than the minimum requirement if that happened.
Why can't we ask them that we can submit it in the amount? We don't want to work that way, that they.
Yeah, that would be way nicer.
Well,
For everybody involved, but their whole funding agreement is, so their FCSS is built into their ICF agreement.
Yeah.
Which is all funded on formula that's based on their actual costs, and then the regional population and equalized assessment numbers, so it's. Well, the person that made the least sense to was them, so they've received, since we signed that, they've received $80,000 less from us.
yeah, I know.
In that area, I mean, they got millions more for others.
But what you suggested was maybe a good idea. Let's keep $10,000 back as sort of a buffer, that if we need to lessen the burden.
But then at least Manning and Grimshaw have had, it's gonna be good news for them to be able to increase.
So they can plan
annual
around
budget.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially right now.
Yeah. Sorry, missed that.
I said, and especially right now, they're trying to do a bunch of fun stuff for kids during Christmas break and.
One way to look at it, or I mean, this year we had FCSS ask the rec board for funding, but they probably didn't need to, because if I known we were gonna be able to
Right.
get 15,000 extra, we probably could have reallocated that money.
Fair point.
But too many maybes and what ifs to really make good decisions on during the years. But I will explore that, and that will likely have to come back to at least the Reeve to sign a new agreement, maybe. And if they're accepting to it, but we'll get there later on this year. So then we had our interim financial audit visit, so two people from our accounting firm that we use were on site November 18th and 19th. Just doing lots of sampling of our processes in the office, meeting new people because we had a few staffing changes. They document all our processes and stuff like that, as well as do some testing in the areas of payroll and tax billing and things like that. No communications really at this point in time. They come back again in February or March, finish off. November 1st was the last fiscal year penalty that we applied to taxes. We're having some more system issues with this, so if people phone in to ask, we're telling them what it is, but it hasn't actually been billed and put on their accounts yet. At this point in time, there's not a whole lot of people phoning in to pay their taxes anyway. This isn't applicable to people who are on monthly auto pay, but it is 8% and it is an issue right now that we're working through.
I guess Synergist will definitely get that sorted out quite quickly, because I spoke to the people at the trade show there and they have 35 signed up.
Yeah, it's
municipalities those.
Which we're seeing because we were really good and really quick turnaround time for issues when we've had these. Then their sign up kind of blew up, and as they're onboarding more people, we lose access to a few key people. So it kind of slows down, but it also, on the other side, as these people start signing up and there's more people looking at the program, they hear the same thing that I've said, time and time again, and then they fix them quicker, because now it's not just one person saying it could be better, it's 5 or 6 or 7 people agreeing with me, so that helps. So we are seeing upgrades and improvements elsewhere, very least.
Suggestion from my side is maybe they should, well, us as users should start it like a user group, so we can put pressure on Synergist as a group together to fix certain identified problems.
Maybe, yeah, I'll have to figure out when to schedule those meetings, but we'll keep that. Yeah. The last item I have here is kind of it almost could have been its own, but this rural renewal program that the county and the town are jointly involved in. Do you guys remember that we're a part of it? Exactly what it is. Okay. So blunt Josh, because I'm not prepared to speak to this today. So never liked this from the beginning. It was a step for higher levels of government to just put some kind of false stamp that somebody else has done some work, so we can trust that these people are doing something that would be supported. We have a mix of efforts from municipalities across the province. Some of them have all these programs, they vet everybody, they vet businesses, they match them up. I do not do that. I took the approach similar to another gentleman who I would like to become friends with, because we think very much the same. Municipal governments are not in charge of immigration. So if I get a letter from somebody who wants to hire somebody that is not from here, and I know that West Fraser is a business, sure, I'll sign the letter and I'll write whatever you want on it if it will help you. That's the extent of the involvement that we've done previously. We've written like 45 of these letters. 3 people have actually been processed and are at various stages of that. They are very thankful. They thank me personally, and I remind them it's my name that signed it. I didn't design this program. However, I don't know whose fault it is, but I'm assuming the federal government is changing immigration policies. That gets downloaded provincially. Provincial government is making their own changes, all of which are gonna require us to do more work. Which is one thing, but part of that work is all the letters we've written, so think 40, 45-ish, 3 have been processed. So they now arbitrarily expire after 1 year. I do not follow up with these people. I don't know how much free time you think I have to sit here and make outgoing phone calls, but not been high on my priority list. So don't know whether or not they've actually taken these and applied. Don't know how many of them are still actively pursuing it. But it would be on us to withdraw our support for everybody. And then they're doing this fun thing where the government is gonna give each municipality a set number. But we don't know what that number is yet. And then we get to pick who we're gonna provide these letters to. Which quite frankly, I will not do. So that will come to you guys and to the town, and it will be a giant list. Here's the employer, here's the name. You tell me who you think is most important, because I don't think one single person should have that responsibility. I don't, like, some of these, the bulk of them are fast food restaurants. So how much do you want to wait? That I'm treading very lightly because I don't want to come across as negative in the newspaper, but we've had like anywhere from people that are working at various fast food locations to people at hotels to people doing full-time permanent jobs at the mills, teachers at various schools, religious leaders at various places, farm hands. Like, I don't know what to you guys is the most important. I also know that minimum wage becomes a thing, and there is a big tendency for people to really push down wage costs by hiring foreign workers. So
Yeah, I don't know if this is something we should be involved in.
I don't know why.
I don't think we,
Yeah,
why are we doing it? I think letter writing was one thing.
So, it is an avenue for people to bring in workers, and that was great. I didn't want to specifically say, I don't want to do this anymore, but I agree, like us making these decisions and us having to now potentially impact somebody not being entitled to come to this country because we picked somebody else over them in our community. That should not be our call. At all.
Absolutely.
And quite frankly, this program is horrendous. None of the people that phone me have a clue, and they all think I'm gonna do something for their immigration status. And then we have a long-winded, oftentimes very hard to understand from both ends conversation of, all I'm doing is writing you this letter, which you need to then apply to the levels of government who actually have control over anything to do with you, because that's not me. I'm not convinced everybody I meet with understands that when they leave, but it's, and
I could see if we had on businesses that are really short on employees, maybe, you know, like a city. Or more than 40. Yeah, but still, like.
Did you guys have a presentation on this at Alberta Munis? It sounded like maybe this was a topic of discussion. Okay, because actually, one of the updates we got in this meeting where they told me all their fabulous changes they're making. I think it was with tasking, like the town has really gone a long ways with this, but so much so that the makeup of their town has changed. Like, and they're starting to see some, for good or for bad, but vast differences in their community. Yeah.
Change the culture.
Yeah.
So Josh, it's within the town of, for the town of Mandy and the county, how come we got the brunt? Let's give it back to them and say, it's your turn.
Then it'll just get shut down.
Pardon me?
Then it'll just get shut down. When we asked them about this, they just said, if you do it, that's fine. All that did was it included businesses within the town of Quebec,
I get that.
right? I've reported to them a few times about how many I've written and what they're for, but at the end of the day, us providing this letter isn't really the all be all, it's a requirement for their application.
Or we can go for one. Well, I guess if we say we're not gonna do it anymore and they don't wanna do it, then we.
I mean, it sucks, cause there's a few that have letters that will be expired. Don't know how I'll be able to communicate that to all those people, I have contact information for some, but. Yeah, and they're going as far now, like the one that actually kind of really frustrated me, like, quite frankly. If somebody is offering somebody a job and that person has a temporary work permit or whatever, I don't care. That's your business. If you're gonna pay them, I'm going to assume that you've looked into their eligibility to work in this country. Then it was expressed to me like, no, you should be doing that. I went, why? I don't understand. Like, and obviously other municipalities have many more people that aren't doing anything all day, but chasing down people and verifying their temporary
That
work
should be
status.
done before they even.
Right, but I've never asked for it because really that's between you and the employer. I don't need to know that. What if I learn that they're not eligible to work here? Then what's my expectations? Am I supposed to narc on them?
This is not your.
No.
This has evolved into a monster that I don't think that would want.
So is there any other organizations that would be, have resources like, FCSS or PREDA or, those kind of places? Would that not make more sense if they're not?
There's other avenues to do it, but this stream of this program has to be the EDO of a municipality that signs off on this. So like even using immigration or consultants or something, because they phone me all the time too. They go, yeah, what jobs can we send people to your community for? Look at the job board, that's all we have posted on our website. But there's not really anything they can do, right? The endorsement letter is intended to come from the community. And that letter is intended to be us as a community saying, we know this employer, we know they're real. We know that they've been looking for people and have had a hard time finding them. So they've told me, and I believe them, that this person is real and that they'd like to work together. That's essentially what the letter is. I'm dumbing it down, being blunt and kind of humorous, but that was really the extent of our involvement to get the ball rolling on a much bigger application process.
So what do you say?
I just need you to, like, if you want to keep doing this because there's business owners in the community that want to, that's fine. I don't know what it's gonna look like necessarily, like I really don't believe it should be anybody who works for the municipal government's job to dabble in immigration more than we have already. That is my personal view, not my work view. I'll say out loud, but we can withdraw. That's gonna bugger up a few people who are probably banking on continuing forward. And I mean, I know some of them, so it's hard. I've met all of them, obviously, but it's
So
hard to
once a
do
year,
that.
you have to give them another letter? Once a year, you have to renew their.
Yeah, because now arbitrarily they're going to expire every year and you only get so many. But I don't know how many that number is. So maybe that number will be 15 for us, and then that might be fine because we could still just write them all one, but. At the very least, if we continue, it's gonna come with some changes. We're gonna have to sit down and think about. If we wanna be involved in matching people to industries, if we care, if we just do the first X number of people that come to us and still just write the letter.
Yeah.
I know that I can't get in trouble personally for just writing letters, it just. Because it doesn't do anything other than the little step that it does.
Do you see any value in having somebody from jobs, economy, trade, immigration come as a delegation and kind of?
They don't, I don't actually even.
Well, it's their program.
It must be their program, but. I'm not even really sure where the people that give me the program updates
But it is, so just have them try to clarify it for us, and maybe we clarify our side of it, and we'll say, we don't want to do this anymore. What's the consequences, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we wanna encourage to support our businesses, right? And if this is one tool, but is it? I don't know.
Well, and we don't know, so that's another thing. Do you want to try and garner some public consultation in here, just a simple survey? And
Well, I think
I
start
hate
using
even
those.
saying that out loud, because I'm usually the voice saying surveys here don't do anything because 15 people answer, but. I can talk about it at a chamber meeting and see if they've noticed it.
Just a question from my side, and I haven't seen the letters that you wrote.
Yeah.
But is that specifically to employer?
No, there was a template given to us from the provincial government to use, and it is to them. And then it's just got the employees' information or the candidates' information, the employer's information. And then the rest is really just like, here's the job, here's what their position entails, like their job duties. We're satisfied that they're going to be that the full-time job is going to be available to them on a permanent basis. It's just one of the questions that I've asked. And then here's how they've tried to hire, and even that clause I had to change because a lot of people have like LinkedIn or job recruitment agencies, and in Manning, Alberta, you don't do that very often, so. And then that's it, right? So that's the letter. The rest of it, there's a lot more requirements, obviously, but they're handled outside of our office.
Because almost all of work and like specific work visas are job and employer specific.
Yeah. And so the letter that we issue, it is valid for that employer and for that position. The problem is, like I've written, there's probably 8 of them that were written for a business that is no longer operational here. So when that happens, it's no good, but this program is so far behind in processing people. I'm getting emails now for some of the first letters I've written. They're like, just confirming that you wrote this letter. Yeah, I did, but that was 2 years ago. So no, now we'll have to withdraw it because that business is no longer operating, so they won't be in our community.
Well, I think I have to support the reason what he's saying. Maybe we should get rural renewal stream people to actually, or from jobs and the economy, trade and immigration, to be a delegation. And if they don't want to, I think we should just withdraw from the plan or the program.
I think we can hear from them, at least we've done our due diligence before we make a decision, but maybe they have maybe there's some loss in translation, and I don't know. I think that would be the right thing to do too.
As long as there's no expectation from either Josh or myself to actually do background checks and stuff like that on these people, because we do not have the time and luxury.
And at the end of the day, I work for you guys, and if this is what you think I should be doing with my time, that's fine, but it's gonna come at a cost of not doing something else.
So is it only you that can do it, or is there anybody else?
It's a copy and paste letter. I've got some other people starting to do them for me now, but I have to sign them all.
But what bothers me about all of this is, what does it mean? So if we that letter, what does it mean from us? So what's our risk by issuing that letter?
Well, that was my first question to them when we signed up with this, and the answer was there's nothing. And I went,
so what
as there should be, because we shouldn't be involved in making a decision in immigration. So that's fine. So if all this is an assist or a stepping stone for people to come and it helps our employers, then that's great. Because we originally were on the fence about doing this. And we got 4 letters from people who had, I think at that time specifically, it was Ukrainian families that had come. So, and it was just kind of at the time when their whatever visas or whatever they had were expiring or coming due. So we had businesses reach out and say, hey, we think you should reconsider and you should do this. And originally it wasn't a lot of work. So
kind of got into something way more than what we ever anticipated.
Well, and to be fair, I think the provincial government found that out as well. So I think there's a little bit of that going on too. But
Okay,
so
let's,
I'll try and set something up then, I guess, for you guys.
yeah, that would be good. And we'll see where it goes from there.
And in the meantime,
I think just in
I'm just gonna continue like I have been.
You haven't been getting inundated with them.
Well, it comes and goes in waves.
Okay, so that's it for your report.
I think so, yeah. Their email update was attached there as well, but I've summarized it for you.
Okay, any questions on Josh's finance update?
Just a comment.
Yeah.
At that EOP course I took, they're saying that in the next 5 years, our programs are gonna be all defunct. And so you being already into this one already.
Oh, yeah.
You're 5 years or so ahead of the rest.
It's
so
funny
I-
that they're telling you guys that, because, yeah, so we've known this, when I pitched signing up for this one, which I will never do again at the stage that we did, but we did it, we saved probably $400,000 to $500,000 compared to what everybody else is going to be experiencing. But since that time, the program that we used to use and its other main competitor and even one of the other ones have all given their end dates. And then actually the software that many of the accounting firms use, or that municipalities and accounting firms use as well, actually shoot out statements. They just gave their 5-year soft deadline as well. So it's weird. It's all just changes. A lot of these softwares are very old, but funny that they were harping on you guys about that, just to poke us and make sure we knew.
So I can tell you, Mark, my brother-in-law, he joined the city of Chestermere. They're installing a new financial system, $1.2 million.
Yeah. Bigger scale, but yeah.
Not that, but yeah, same, everything is the same, it's just the numbers.
Are they using consultants to do the transition for them? Yeah, because that's the other big piece, is a lot of people that are doing this. You only have so many people to do this work, and that was like, for 3 months, we probably doubled everybody's workload there, which was not great or ideal, but we got through it.
Did it all internally though.
Yeah, with their assistance,
Yeah.
right? So instead of using an external consultant, we used the software providers and internal.
And Mark was also involved in the county of Granbury's financial system rollout, and he gave me the budget then, and I told him double it. And it was actually times 2.2 million, not just 1. So it's expensive.
Yeah, whereas we got our final, and the first bill we got that was over what they told me, I just said, no. We're not paying this.
Really key.
Okay, any other questions? We get a motion to accept the update, okay, and Teresa, just that's actually, it's jobs, economy, training, immigration, who we're looking for.
But they bought out Bellamy and they built Bellamy.
Used to be called JET, now they've added an I on the end, so it's Jetty. Jobs, economy.
Just so that your finance director could also update you on immigration status. Yeah. It's kind of a weird way.
Immigration. And those services.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
Other services were.
Mine just says whatever they're.
We need a motion.
To me.
Everybody.
Economy. Take service.
Right.
Trade, so.
Take that service.
Immigration services. Okay, and Gary made that motion, all in favor? Good. Okay, sticking with finance, item E is a year-to-date budget.
Yeah, so since I talked to yours on, great, and I can, a lot of the comments here are the same that they have been. So I don't know, I can answer any questions. It's done there on a department level for you. And then we've also got council grants summary at the bottom of the RFP page. And capital projects at the end as well, so. Go through that one. One thing to point out, I guess, too, back to the whole ICF discussion with Peace River and even the FCSS part of that, you can see in the council grants highlight that's on page 2, I think, of this. Yeah. We have a budget amount and an actual amount because we guess, and then we pay based on their financials, right, their actuals. So I'm guessing just with a percentage increase most years or conversations with people, if I can get a hold of them. I did reach out to my counterpart there just recently, only to find out that they're not there anymore. It's kind of, we can give as much as we can while we communicate, but otherwise we're working with yeses, and in this case, it was an overage rate, just due to lack of communications.
I just want to point out to council that that is a 20% increase year on year.
Just with Peace River alone.
Just with Peace River. So yeah, that is.
But it is formula based, though, right? Their
But the biggest part of the formula is their budget.
Which we can't control.
Which we have no control or input over, so. It makes it complicated unless I have a very good line of communication with somebody and I know well ahead of time, right? But at the end of the day, we're passing our budgets at the same time, more or less, so.
So we didn't put any kind of a threshold that their budget can only increase by so much without consultation.
I think there's a clause in there, if they undertake any new programs or initiatives, we have to discuss their compatibility or eligibility with this agreement, but something more or less like that. Yes.
Some kind of control on it. 'Cause see, all of a sudden just bring 20% on us and say, here you are, hey.
I think it is due time that we do have a discussion with Peace River on that, because I mean, even if you look at terms municipal inflation, I mean, that should not be 20%, because I don't believe that the tax rates went up 20% in town then.
Yeah.
Well, and the reason I reached out here just recently is, I'm trying to get a report done for you guys on the water cost analysis. So the piece of that I wanted to know, right, going into the end of the year and our schedule of fees bylaw into next year is, I wonder what they're upping all their utility rates by, but I know what they're proposing, and I sure hope that doesn't flow through to our rates, because, so it could be anywhere from 0 to 10%. Right, which directly impacts us, which will directly impact what we have to pass on. But at this point, I haven't been told anything. I reached out to just.
We should be a set
How much they can.
on how much they can increase it, because that affects our budget.
So in theory, the protection there is, you wouldn't expect to see too many 10% increases, because the people that live there are going to revolt with pitchforks and torches.
So I think, I don't know, like, cause I know the ICF, remember, we agreed like certain things weren't gonna be included in the budget, like sidewalks and streets and whatever, dog park stuff that didn't impact us. So I don't know if there was somebody slipping it in there and then they're not there to answer that question anymore.
I get the most detailed breakdown of what's included that I can, but at the end of the day, it's like an account number, description, and an amount.
It's not a real good description of, so I'm wondering if that's not part of it, is there, so we can put this resurfacing the road somewhere in the north end of town in there,
It's part of the plan for charter services overhaul.
Well, I guess.
My big concern with that is, I mean, we so good with our spending, especially on staffing and stuff like that, and what I've seen in the last few months, they're definitely hiring more than we do. And that's probably reflecting between even all that they're out there.
Well,
That's a lot of money next year.
Yeah.
They're protected service laws, so.
We rescript and save where we can and then just turn over the extra 176,000. That's not acceptable.
No, I want to see more details.
So I can maybe, if council directly can reach out to CAO Miller over there and get a breakdown of what was justifying the 20% increase.
Where is it increased?
It just depends on what you're like, because what we have is all the different areas and what it was, and then we have it from the year before and this year, so we can look at that. If you wanted to see what derives each of those totals, though, that's gonna be a lot of information, and they're currently without the me there, so I don't think you're gonna get a very timely response. Their finance manager is filling in, but it is a bad time of year to have that position leave, so
Well, you can sit down with Josh and kind of go through that.
And all specifics on whatever is the biggest increase there, at least about 30% to me doesn't make sense.
And if it's really,
And I know that there's a big push from the other two rurals to have a meeting and do a joint ICF negotiation with each room.
Remember, this is still way cheaper than it used to be though, because we used to have the whole airport on top of this as well. It's part of this.
That's still not-
Practically saving.
You can spend it.
You apply for that position, that's okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
No, I don't drive that far. But yeah, the rest of this, again, not really anything. You did have about 24,000 left in miscellaneous grants, but I think I might have heard you give some to somebody earlier in this meeting. It's busy getting through paperwork. No, kidding. So you still have 24,000.
That's including just coming back from RMA, or you don't know that yet, right?
RMA isn't a grant, so
that's
you guys,
okay.
yeah, unless you're telling me you gave somebody money at RMA. Hopefully not.
Okay, any other questions?
I'll move it.
Okay, Councillor Shug moves to, no one proceeded the year-to-date budget report. And, check with Peace River on the ICF.
Yeah, and we'll get back to you on that one.
All in favor? It's carried.
You probably won't get another one of those from me until after Christmas now, but.
Well, consider we only have one more meeting, so.
Comments?
Yeah, dude.
Okay, item F is October bank reconciliation.
Yeah, so again, here for your approval as always.
Okay, any questions on it? Otherwise, get a motion to acknowledge receipt, accept information. Councillor Yasinski, all in favor, it's carried. Blake, you're okay with waiting?
Yeah.
Charles, looks short-winded today.
No, I don't care. I got lots to talk about.
Oh.
Okay. Well, that's so funny. So we can move down to Public Works. Item D is DPW report.
Yeah, verbal, because I was down in Edmonton with you guys, so didn't have time to put one together, but. So as we kind of talked about earlier, STIP applications. Pretty well put together. Terry has a couple pages to sign. Yeah, I did have a note in here that I'm waiting for the engineer assessment, but I got that first thing this morning, so. Once I get everything back from Terry, that'll get slipped in there and sent off. The one question I did have. The letter that is coming from the Minister of Municipal Affairs. Is that going directly to Devon Drayton? Or is that coming to us to be part of that application, because we're coming close to the deadline?
My understanding was that we were going to go back with the application,
Well, that's kind of what I thought, so,
for him to
We
help
can-
endorse it.
yeah,
Right.
100%.
But you can still send the letter afterwards, it's just.
Yeah. Like,
I
I
don't want us
guess,
to miss the deadline of.
oh, I'm not, there's no way I'm missing a deadline because of a letter.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just did. It's either I wait till the 27th to put it out or tomorrow.
You can always attach it.
Tomorrow's great.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, by the sounds of it, only 5 to put in, so.
Yeah, 'cause he said you-
Okay, so that's all good. So we talked a little bit last meeting. About Range Road 230 road allowance. The resident wishes to do some clearing in there. So I've got a little bit more information on that. I spoke with environment on a couple different issues, but this got brought up as well. They have no concerns necessarily, as we're not changing any drainage or anything like that. It's just simply, like I said, a trail for access. Does everybody remember? Okay. I didn't want to keep going if you didn't know where I was talking.
Going to the cabin with no
Yeah.
access.
The neighbor wasn't talking.
Yeah, so, and I'll speak to that here too. So, so I talked to that landowner after the meeting. We
not a pleasant conversation, but I told this individual that if you were strongly opposed to this, send me something in writing, and I will bring it to council. As of 2 minutes ago, I have not received anything, so, yeah, they still won't be happy regardless. Forestry has done their assessment. There's a total of 191 cubic meters of trees in there. The mills will likely not. Well, they'll take anything, but the market is just not there dollar wise to cover the cost. So likely, like they'll issue a timber salvage waiver, so you don't have to salvage anything. If the requesting landowner decides to move forward, I've connected them with a couple different entities in the area that are capable of doing the work. Told both of them, before anything happens, we need to know what is going on. As far as everything else goes, and as far as the conversations we had last meeting, I don't believe that there should be any issue. If they, and like we said last meeting, it's a cost to do it is on them. Unless lines have changed. Yeah, that's as much as I know about that. So environment's cool. Forestry's cool.
Do they know when they're gonna commence?
No, we don't know anything yet.
Okay.
They're having conversations with each other that I'm not privy to, so.
Right.
We'll wait and see what.
I guess we'll
what
hear
comes.
about it when it's there.
Yeah, yeah. And like I said, it is not a high grade road. Like some people were chatting about the coffee shop and, yeah, so.
So if they don't salvage that timber, then they can just burn it, pile it, burn
Yeah,
it.
they'll pile it and burn it. Yeah. I mean, there's the option too of going through with a mulcher, but that's a little more pricey than.
Yeah, they're big trees.
Yeah, so, cause yeah, there was 43 conifer and 149 deciduous. Total, and total not 191 cubic feet. So. Kind of interesting. We kind of chatted a little bit, or Derek touched on it, about the Manning Notikewin Bridge. I did ask for, it's kind of a high level conceptual drawing, to be shared. I have not received that yet. And I just kind of requested that for council so that you guys can see what they're talking about. It's kind of interesting. We had a pre-bid meeting for the Weberville backup power supply. So that closes on the 28th at 2:01 PM. There was one individual or one proponent rather, that showed up to pre-bid meeting. Couple questions that were asked and they're good to go, so they'll put in a number for it. I do know that we did already receive one from another company that I'm not really sure who they are, but as for the rules, it's not open until after closing. We had a bridge maintenance pre-construction meeting. We being my trusty project supervisor. As we're all aware, or should be all aware, there is bridge work starting as of yesterday. And it will carry on till hopefully no later than the 19th of December. If council wishes, I can go through the work that's happening on all 4 of them, but it's kind of a long list and kind of boring. For you guys anyway, I love bridges. Town of Manning's currently filling their reservoirs, I heard, through the town.
You say they're filling reservoirs?
Apparently.
Where's the water coming from?
Not really sure, but apparently they're not queuing. And I do wanna touch on one thing. I got that letter from Danny that we were talking about. So Danny that was here with Derek, he sent us a letter, or Gerhard a letter about joining in on a technical service, or sorry. What the heck is it called? Technical Guidance Committee for Highway 2 and Highway 743. I would highly recommend that we attend this. Not so much a council thing, it's more of an administrative thing. But if council's in support, I will let them know that we will be involved in that, because it's, well, so it's for Highway 2, 743 for a bit, but it's kind of like right at that intersection of 743 and Highway 2. So it's not necessarily all in our county, but a lot of what comes off of Highway 2, it goes for a mile or two and then it's our county. So that's why they want us involved in it. And I, yeah, make the time for it somewhere. And other than that, I have nothing else, unless you guys have questions.
I do. So Gary and I had a talk with an anchor company, and they were gonna come over at the Loveland Road. Did they show up?
They did.
And did they have a report yet, or?
Well, he's not gonna do a report. But there's not a whole heck of a lot he thinks he can do.
It's not the right circumstances.
Yeah, so he did ask for a bit of information. We did give him the additional information that he was asking for. If he does come up with something, but on site, he was like, yeah, I don't really think there's much we can offer you guys, so. Which in that situation there, and what they are capable of, I can, yeah, it's a tricky situation for them and what they offer.
It's unfortunate, because he sounded pretty upbeat when we talked to him, but I mean, without seeing it.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
But I mean, he made the effort to come all the way from Calgary and look at it, so.
Yeah, he sounded like a fairly nice guy, so.
Who took him out there when you're?
The project coordinator did.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and she was all well aware of the plans there. She's helping with a lot of the planning of stuff, so.
Right, so the short answer is probably not something they.
Yeah, probably not something they can do. And even if they were able to, it's still something that we'll have to go to tender or RFP. And we can't just hand them work, but.
Yeah, well, probably be a pretty short list of people that would bid on it, because it's pretty specialty work, but.
Yes and no. Probably, if you were to tender that, you'd get maybe a handful. Because a lot of people, they'll put subcontractors in, right? So like when Canelson, for example, bids on highway jobs, there's a lot of stuff that they didn't do, but they subcontract a bulk their work to Northern Roadville.
Right.
So.
I guess it's a neat point, because they don't think they can do it anyway, so.
Yeah, it didn't sound promising, I'll put it that way. But we'll see if he comes back with something. If he does, I'll definitely let you guys know.
Any other questions, Charles? No. Okay, well,
Nice.
I'll get a motion to accept your report. I'll move. Councillor Reese, all in favor, carried. Now we can move down to 6.3.2 under roads is item A is the unnamed road in Shield subdivision.
Yes, so this. We've gotten a request a few times now. The roads inside Shield subdivision, just north of town here. They're just unnamed roads. Typically, somebody that subdivides, they'll name the roads, like down in Weberville, like Aspen Grove, Estates, Aspen Way, and a couple others in there. Anyway, in this instance, they did not. So they just stayed as unnamed roads, which is posing issues for people to get deliveries. If council wishes, we can name the roads. I would recommend. Using A and B. It's similar to like we were talking earlier today about 914A. When there's a letter there, it's typically a forced road, so they just throw a letter on the end of it, on whatever's closest, so that's what my recommendation would be.
I was just second because you want to never walk to me, I said.
I don't know, at the end of the day, I don't care what we call them, but we should probably call them something.
When Shields would honor him, but, yeah, so I mean, I guess we should do it in some fashion where we think it's the best and.
Yeah, so, because the service road is unnamed. It goes by UFA, and then the two roads to the east are also unnamed.
And then there's no east and west roads other than one that goes between La Prairie and.
Yeah, that's the town's road.
That's the town road, House Avenue, and
Well,
House
technically
Avenue.
10th Avenue.
they used to call it Cross Avenue.
Yeah, I think that's what it's actually called.
So we'd only have the three to name then.
Yeah, and so.
500, 400 and 301 then.
Well, because keep in mind, the road two of those roads cross township 920. So those two little chunks up top as well,
Right, the one that goes to TC Energy and the one that goes.
the Pioneer.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's not Shields, one is Shields and one is Norland, there's two different subdivisions.
Oh, yes.
They're two different subdivisions.
Yeah, but if you're gonna name
If we're gonna name some, we might as well name them all.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, so yeah, sorry, you are correct. Yeah, it is two different subdivisions, but yeah, three roads that are unnamed. So I mean, starting from the east. Yeah, that would make no sense. Would be Range Road 232A, 232B, and 232C.
Great. Perfect. That's what I always wanted.
But there's a lot of businesses like that.
Yeah, and that's been the main concern is FedEx won't come here because they can't find us, right? When it's like, well, okay, we can figure that out.
Okay, well, any questions of Charles and that? It sounds pretty straightforward. Just need a motion to acknowledge receipt of it and authorize the naming of the new roads that's listed. Councillor Decken makes a motion, all in favor? It's carried. Thanks, Charles.
Thank you, Council.
Do you want to say the Shields and the other, or do you want to say, do you want to just say in the Shields subdivision, or do you want to? Shield, and I think it's called Warland.
I can't think of the name.
But it doesn't come from that subdivision.
Lorenz and then somebody.
Oh, okay.
You want to put
Yeah,
hold in there, or do you need?
I don't think so. We'll just, I know what we're after here still.
Okay.
Okay. Skip down to 6.62, item A is a Peace Ridge Energy Committee terms of reference review, so. This was something that Gerard, Brenda and I at the last meeting talked about, was just kind of. More, updating these terms of reference, they were kind of put together quickly when not quickly, took us about 3 meetings to get through them, but just made it time to expand them a little bit. And one of the big things being inviting more municipalities into the group. So it was decided at the meeting, the best thing to do was for each member of the committee to take it back to their councils. We're not going to go through the whole terms of reference, just these two things that were highlighted. So someplace, I don't see it on here. But we also talked, didn't we, about members of the committee, maybe not just the elected people, but getting some members at large of the communities, whether it's business leaders or economic organizations or chambers.
Yeah, I think chambers of commerce.
I think any community member that, you know,
And just
wanted to put their name forward.
cottage business.
Mhm.
My thought on that is if you, if you're gonna have them, you might have too big of a group, so you might just wanna say one council member.
Oh, for sure, we
You
would,
don't have such a big group.
no, that was a thought, we would have less elected people in there and more non-elected people. Absolutely. And then I don't know about, you know, we could send an invitation or on Napa, Manning, and that's totally up to
Yeah.
them. Yeah, we should, but it would be up to them if they wanted to become members, you know.
Right.
So I think there's a meeting December the 4th. So we can take that back, but this council kind of agrees with that, it would be the makeup of the committee could be, wouldn't be just elected people. And I don't know if we want to expand, like, how far we want to extend the invitation for membership. I mean, it felt like Berlin is within the MDAP's. Village of Napa is within Northern Sunrise, and Manning is within the County of Northern Lights, so kind of made sense that we would go that far. Not that I've ever heard any of them say, why aren't, well, I did, Manning has said that a couple of times, why aren't we members? You know, we make it.
What was it, they say they rotate the meetings and they only seem to be in Unishop.
Well, we definitely rotated.
Oh, really? They have them here?
Yeah, well, we had it in the fire hall at Weberville, we had one
Dixonville?
in Dixonville.
Okay.
Yeah, well, they rotate every month or and that was the other thing too, we said, well, does it really need to meet monthly? Probably not at this point. So that'll be, we could have that in there as frequency of meetings.
One for each chamber of commerce,
Pardon me?
one for each chamber of commerce, or would that be the party? Was it listening? I guess when you invite them.
Anyone else? Without having them in front of us, I don't think we do.
What's that?
The terms of reference.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we do,
Here,
yeah. Okay, we can bring out as a suggestion and see what everybody else brings and.
There was money put up. You're gonna ask for money from these?
For any new members?
Yeah.
No, of course, not really enough to have them, as everybody else did.
Okay.
I think it was only, what was it, $1,000 or 2,000? Okay, any other discussion on that, or we can have a motion to acknowledge that report and
I can do that.
Councillor Thieves on that motion? Any further discussion?
We'll have a question relating to this, not necessarily this motion, but was a request, brought to the committee, make public Dr. Alexander's speaking fee. That was paid through the committee, the correct place. Yeah, that was the request sent in a couple of months ago.
That information was disclosed.
Was it?
Or council.
The council, yeah.
It was which year?
It was disclosed to all of council.
Yeah.
As far as I remember.
If it was, could you provide a copy to this, please? If not, then the request stands. No, I don't recall seeing it.
Okay, any other comments?
So where are we at with it? Is it?
With his speaking fees?
Yeah. Cause I don't recall seeing it, requested me a couple months ago. I'll have to check. I don't know.
I don't remember.
So the county holds,
I think it probably went into practice.
yeah, the county holds the finances for prayer, so
Yeah,
we should be able to find that.
Yeah. cause it, yeah, I definitely didn't.
Can you look it up? Put it up for us?
I mean, his fees were,
I don't remember what his company is called, but.
Just this one.
No, it's
Starts with a B and it's on Forestry.
it's a hosting.
Chesapeake.
I don't know if each municipality covered part of his expenses or,
No, I think it was paid out.
I don't correct.
Right,
Yeah.
grant.
So it's my understanding that committee paid his fee.
But you just wanted the speaking fee for that one, like, what is, when he was speaking for us, that needed it, right?
No, it wasn't broken down that way. It was with all.
So it was a
Oh,
week.
so you had
We,
it was per session.
It was-
like 5 sessions at least.
Like, they have to divide that, I guess, between all of them, because for one speaking, because we have to, he's looking for one.
Who's looking?
Well, for one rate.
You want me to just say the total that we paid this guy or?
Yep.
Yeah. $14,037.06.
Yep.
And that was the design and however many times he presented the thing and the expenses to get him up here.
What was the number?
14,037.06.
And that was for the 5.
You know, hotels,
That
rentals.
was, yeah, including that job, but that was also for the 5 speaking.
Yep.
Yeah,
And so I think what Brent was looking for is one speaking,
that was probably if you divided by 5. Right.
If you include,
but you can.
we travel. Wait a minute, that's the number we paid him, so.
Is there a further breakdown, Josh? We can carry out what the speaking compared to travel or that just.
The descriptions I have entered here, one was just like for the presentation itself, and it was like a fairly flat number. So that was, and these are all with GST. Right?
Yeah, but the presentation numbers where I'm after.
You want, when we pay GST, we get it all back, so would you like that number with or without GST?
Either way, I don't care. I can work with either.
$10,350 inclusive of GST was the design and present the thing.
And how did you spoke?
It doesn't say how many times on here, so however many times he did it and put in him. The rest is just called expenses for that, so that was.
Yeah, but it's the speaking fee. That's,
Yeah.
But okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, all right, I'll call for the vote, all in favor? Six point 6.38 services, Blake, finally.
Are you awake that?
Wake up. So item A is a promotional conference, which I will call we agreed to have it in Edmonton for the next 4 years, eh?
Yeah, it's at the Delta, the 20th to 23rd, 22nd, sorry. Registration's not coming out. Last email I had from the Shelby girl doing that is first week of December, so we're a little bit ahead of the game, but at least if you guys tell us who wants to go when that does hit, Teresa can lock those hotels down right away, or else you have to go across the road at the other hotel, which isn't too bad. It's just a little bit of walk. Sometimes it's nice being right where they host a conference if you want to go up to your room in between presentations. So basically just which one of you guys want to go. We only do get 2 votes, so we only need to send 2. Last year I think we sent 4.
I didn't last year, so I'm.
You're cured?
I'm cured. Thank you.
Go back and finish. what
No.
the-
Yeah, Terry needs you backup.
Some big guys with me.
Maybe Charles wants to go this year. I'll sit one out.
Oh, I'm good.
You said you had a blast down there.
Yeah, that's enough said. I'm good till spring.
So you say the registration is when?
Next week, they said in their email, she's hoping first week of December to have it out, which I would think like,
Cause we got one more meeting in December yet, right? So we can wait till then, but I mean.
But it'll be later.
It was that we wanted to book the hotels.
yeah.
But we're waiting for the, hotel blocking, because when I went to book the hotel.
They're like 400 a night or
they
something.
were over $350 per night, so we're waiting for them to get us a discount.
I don't think it was that cheap. I think it was pretty expensive last year. I think it was like 290 or something anyways, so. I know last year we did book early before they opened it, and the hosting region actually like pre-booked all the hotels like the day before they opened. So we're like one of the lucky ones that other than the hosting municipality that actually had in that hotel, like one of the few, because we actually just booked early. But this year we don't have the booking code and we couldn't guess the booking code. I think last year we booked the guessing code that it was 2025 provincial ASB, and this year we can't, not smart enough to guess the password yet. So if you guys do know that far in advance, that'd be great. Just for, we don't know what day it'll open, whether it's before the council meeting or the day after. But if we do have that information, like I said, as soon as it comes available, we can.
Are you still gonna be employed yet, or are you gonna be?
Yeah, I think till April, Garrett decided to keep me on. Unless you guys change your mind, please put me out of my misery in any second you want.
Yeah, I would go with them. I would. Caleb?
No, that's good. There's our two votes.
Yeah,
There.
I'm good.
Easy.
You went last year.
Oh, Linda and Gloria.
No, I'm good.
Friends? I know it. Cause I can't speak for Linda, so you. Gary.
Oh, yeah, I'll
do myself, and then I guess Linda's kind of wild card.
I could text Linda. So was that Brenda, Terry, and Gary? I'll try to touch base with Linda and ask her if she wants to go. If not, we could book. Last time we booked 4 rooms, and then I think we threw me over at the other one after because somebody else wanted to go.
Over in the other hotel.
And then another room opened up, so then we switched me back over there. So we can pre-book 4 if Linda's undecided, and if one of you guys want to go last second, you can have my room and I can jump across the road too. What'd you say, sorry? Oh, yeah. Get a room with bunk beds.
You can take care of her cave.
Yeah, I think I drove her around at the Grand Prairie one, I think 1 year.
So there was no resolutions come out of our zone, eh?
Well, they pulled that one last second. I didn't end up going to the meeting, you and, I didn't, unless you guys have an update for that, but I think we did that last meeting.
No, nothing.
No, nothing update. Bruce is gonna put that in a motion.
Okay, well, you'll give the hotel a call. That sure is nice to have it in the same building. You have to.
Yeah, we'll try our best to get at least the counselors there, and if I have to walk across the road, or we'll figure that out later.
All right, so let's do the motion to acknowledge receipt of the ASB provincial conference and register the 4 of us. Councillor Fire, Councillor Feast, all in favor? Carried. Next item B is the Berlin Ag Society Vet Booster Partnership Request.
It's the first time I'm seeing it here today, as well as you guys. The letter to me is a little bit unclear. Do they want us to pay all the $7,000, just a portion of it? They're asking for like furthering annual commitment of buying into it, so I'm not sure. They say right now they kind of have some of their own money plus MD a piece agreed to contribute to it, so I don't know whether like they're gonna divide that 3 ways or what exactly. I don't know. If we're given that kind of money, it sure would be nice to see this candidate and like, you know, where's she gonna work? Is she gonna work in Birch Hills? across the Smoky, or is she gonna work for Tara or come work for Jen and Manning? Kind of makes a big difference to me, I think. Maybe even Peace River service Gary's neck of the woods, but just to me, a lot of unknowns. I don't know if you want to reach out to this Teresa Weeb here at the Berwyn Agricultural Society, and maybe she and the candidate could come and ask for this money and just clarify whether the Berwyn is gonna put in $7,000, MD Peace is gonna put in $7,000, and we're gonna put in $7,000, or if it's like divisible by how many ever people they convince to be a part of this. I would think, but I don't know what your guys' thoughts are. I just saw it today, so.
I'm okay to get some clarification. That's a lot of money. I mean, a good cause, but clarification would be nice.
So would you like us to reach out to Teresa and see if both Teresa and this applicant could do a combined delegation or virtual meeting, or at least tell us the name is, and maybe somebody knows her, like maybe Gary or Kaylin know her? Like, I'm guessing she's in that Grimshaw, Fairview area.
They look like they were responsible.
Well, then at minimum, how the money is getting divvied up.
I mean,
Cause it says matching grants of $7,000, but yeah, is it all of us doing that? Like.
Yeah, and then there was a caveat of annual going on further that we support it. I don't know if that's support a new candidate at $7,000 every year, or continue supporting her for the 4, 5, 6, 7 years at $7,000. So I'm not sure exactly what the commitment we're agreeing to. So I'm not sure if you guys want a delegation, these people to come in person. If you just want to say no, that's fine too.
November 30th deadline is kind of. They do ask in the last paragraph, there may be a letter of support. I mean, we're good at doing that.
Yeah.
Like the food, hey, all the time, the letter was.
I mean, we could take a page out of Nate Horner's playbook there.
No, he's too sad.
No, well, but I mean, that we're.
Yeah, yeah.
Balanced budgets and control money and, increased inflationary costs and sorry.
Here, please accept this free sweater.
The only benefit to me is that they have to sign a return to service. So that means they're coming back here somewhere.
Yeah, to the northern piece, it says.
Which is still better than nothing. At least there's something requiring them to come back. They're not going down south and never coming back.
Yeah, like ideally, if MD Peace is giving money in Berwyn, I imagine like return of service is gonna be like Peace River or Grimshaw, but I'd hate to see her end up in Fort Vermilion or wherever else, right? Or what does north of Peace mean? Does that mean White Court, Valley View, right? So we never even see this person. And then I would like, well, what is return of service? Is it a 3-year contract, 5, 10? Like
Questions?
But taking a page from the corner book, it is, we have to be accountable to the money, so we'd like to see what the fines are and.
we could also just tell them, like, because we only had one meeting in November and you need a response November 30th, that's just not gonna work for us. So maybe like, if we do agree, pencil us in for 2026, but maybe MD a piece and you guys split the first 7 or 7 each, you guys, whatever you do for 2025, but like count us in maybe for 2026 if all of your guys' questions are answered. I just need to know, do you want us to reach out to him and set up a delegation, or do you just want us to ask them to clarify this information and just give us like a better letter or email or whatever, like they want us on the hook for? We just need direction for, like, do you want us to book that delegation or not?
Support. Just at this time, we'll send a letter of support and possibly look at it next year.
This NADC matching bursary, is that up to 7,000? For some reason, I thought it was only 3,500.
That's the one that we.
It's different depending on program, and it's so much per applicant. I think the standard is 5, and then they have higher ones for certain programs,
Yeah, so I think
which tends to be medical.
nurses and doctors can get up to a whole bunch, right?
No, I'd be okay if our contribution was 7,000 as long as the boundaries included truly our region. And if we reached out and found out, I would be okay for that.
our region, as in the people participating in the funding, so like Berwyn, MD Peace and us
Yeah, to me.
municipality.
To me, that's, yeah,
So that gives her like 2 vets, maybe Fairview.
they would have to come back to that region. I think for $7,000, our return on investment would be okay.
Yeah, I know a lot of the vets here now, and Gary and Terry probably have heard that, like when you go to do after hour call out, a lot of these vets have service agreements where like the on-call vet, you could have to drive to Valley View or Fairview now. So like maybe that's their whole area, right? So we just want to be specific on, like, is she working for basically 2 vets, Tara and Peach River, right? Well, that would service for Fairview maybe. But Fairview's already getting pretty far. Yeah, Fairview's already getting pretty far for a lot of us. Like, we're not real willing to drive to Fairview, at least I'm not.
Well, emergencies you do, but
Yeah.
pull Webster there, she'll make it that far.
And if we contribute the $7,000, will that include then the work pack agreement in this region?
Yeah, like that's kind of what I'm thinking, like I'm okay with $7,000 as long as it comes back to super close to our region and.
Are you trying to write these suggestions down, or do you want me to write them down?
And get some clarification, like.
So I'm guessing since Berwyn took this initiative, it must be a local person, right?
Well, Teresa's born and raised, like, her and I went to school together, so I would imagine she would be pushing really hard to keep it
Yeah, and
local.
maybe, you know, maybe Tara's looking for a successor to her, but she's kind of winding down.
Well, and the Egg Society is all like Brownville locals, like, so I would imagine they would want it to stay pretty local, like that whole egg group is
Yeah.
everybody in Brownville and Berwyn.
To me, I like the idea a lot more being based out of Grimshaw, this person working, than Fairview, like me personally, like where I live. Makes more sense for us, whereas once you get to Berwyn, like it is a little closer to Grimshaw, but that could mean it's a kid from Fairview, right? Potentially, or Clear Hills
But
even.
at the end of the day, how else are we gonna get veterinarians here, right? Gotta start somewhere, that's my feeling. I don't know, that's just my thoughts, I would be okay if that's what it was, as long as we were all doing the $7,000 equally, and as long as the return to service is in our area.
When you say $7,000 equally, you mean we each are contributing 7,000, or we're splitting $7,000?
I first read it, cause it says, but then it says matching, so it's just like, are we splitting $7,000 and NADC is picking up the 7, make 14 total?
Yeah, I think the 7 is divided by whatever.
That's what I mean, so it's even less, right?
Yeah, so like $3,000, less than
The eggs is like
2,500.
MD a piece of us, then it would be like, you know.
2,500.
2,500 each then, right?
Yeah.
But we should get some clarification on that for. future.
I'm just thinking like, what if we were, cause she wants it soon, right? So I was just thinking like, if we can agree in principle, provided you phone Teresa and clarify and it's what we want. Can we go ahead with it versus waiting till our December meeting?
Maybe approve it with an up to number.
Yeah, like that's what I mean, like I'm trying to, cause I understand like this is probably time sensitive for them, they're meeting deadlines, right? Like she wanted it by the end, so if we can agree in principle up to an amount here and provided it gets a good report from you calling Teresa, that might be faster than trying to schedule a delegation.
But we're not putting any parameters on this, so I mean, they could go get the scholarship, get trained and then go work in Bonnyville, right?
Well, they did say they're gonna do a return to service with the Ministry of Advanced Education for the northern Well, there it says committing to work in northern Alberta.
Well, the NADC geographical area is usually what it means, and that's basically north of Highway 16.
No.
So,
Yeah, so I don't know. It's totally up to you guys, right? We could sponsor a vet and they can work in Whitecourt, I guess, but it's kind of.
So yeah, just seems odd that we would be, you know, giving a bursary to a student that we have no idea where their return of service. Because return of service on NADC, like I say, is in their zone, right? Which is right from.
I don't know if we should discuss with Jen in town, because like we're willing to spend $3,000 and we're potentially willing to spend, you kind of said up to $7,000. If we're willing to spend up to $7,000, do we just do our own bursary and try to like lock them into like the Manning vet clinic and work something out with Jen? I just kind of feel like if, I don't know, we're willing to give this money and then we don't even try to support we do have like a vet in the middle of our county, which a lot of guys don't use, but
Well, we got Peace River too, which is.
yeah, Peace River and
And Tara takes on work experience students all the time, so maybe that's something if they wanna grow their own.
For sure, that's true, because I think, NADC are pretty specific in their area, like, I don't think we can say, go to them and say, we only want to hire here. Or we only want students working in our area, they would just say this is the area.
We
yeah.
can limit to whoever we want to give it. And that matching part, that matching,
No, if you're matching it, then I don't think.
But that's
They
something
have
we
their
can.
limit.
yeah, but that can still be in our area. The matching part of it, like in our contributions, we can definitely limit to our area.
Well, if we don't tie it to NADC, right? If we just have our own bursary,
We talking about.
maybe we should drop that at DSI and just have a nice big bursary for the vet services.
Well, we can discuss that coming up too.
I don't know, I still think even if it's in the NADC area, it's $2,500, we're still getting more vets in our area, which is important.
That's why too, like if we could actually know who the applicant is and they're like, I'm 3 generations of Berwyn, like I'm living in Grimshaw my whole life, like, right? So you're pretty safe, right?
I mean, like a phone call to.
Yeah, I can-
If it matches or it doesn't match.
I can phone her. So for the list of questions, I basically got how much money to contribute. Is it $7,000 each or is it $7,000 split 3 ways?
Well, no, I don't think up to $7,000 it says, so we don't have to don't get stuck in that $7,000, right? We can contribute whatever we want, we can give them $20 or $3,500 or, I mean, maybe as a good neighbor, if Teresa says this is a local person that absolutely wants to work for, Peace River or Grimshaw, then I would have no problem starting out at $1,000 even, right? I mean,
Okay, so you guys would rather just determine the level, like
But
if all this stuff happens, we're willing to kick in $1,000.
yeah, well, whatever, that's just, let's take small steps, right? You don't have to jump right in there. We're showing some
True, it's like.
support.
Then we want to know the length of service they're required to work in the area for.
Or what define that area, right? Is it all of NADC area? Or is it local to our municipality?
Who the candidate is.
Yeah,
I have area service.
Clinics in Fairview, Grimshaw, Peace River and Manly, right? That kind of would serve us. I don't think you could consider Down Prairie or Fairview or Wembley.
And then you guys want to know anything about like the annual contribution, like, or do you just want it for now? We'll do it 1 year right now.
Right, for now, we're not gonna, I mean,
They're saying that they want a letter of support so that they can try and have this bursary increased.
who runs NADC, right? As an Alberta, so they're not handing out money very good right now, so they might say, well, you have to go 7,000, but I guess all you can do is ask.
What was that? The other question you want to ask them is like, are we giving them $7,000 no matter what, whether they get the NEDC matching contribution?
Or if it's.
Or are they guaranteed to give it anyways? I don't really know how NEDC works. It's kind of not the giving away money is not my forte.
As you picked up some of ours either, and also when I said, well, that long time ago, so.
What's that?
As you might have picked up, we're not real
Keen?
eager to give it away either without having some guardrails for it there.
So we can.
Did you want to do an up to, Gerhard proposed an up to motion, like if they answer all these questions, it sounds reasonable, like the vet will stay near Grimshaw, Peace River, Manning. We'd be willing to support up to a third, an equal third, or $1,000, you said?
I heard 1,500 over there.
Yeah.
1,500?
Yeah, too.
Up to 1,500 contingent that your conversation with her meets.
Is this coming out of your ag services grant?
Grants to individuals, but I don't think we have anything.
Are we talking about this for this year?
We have.
We have
This year,
council. I just wondered.
I don't have any like just free money for this stuff. The only one we do doing the regular is farm family, but that's every second year for next year, right?
Okay, well, I see
Coming out
1,500 is in there, so
of council.
We have
Their
money in it.
workspace.
Yeah.
Mhm.
so does that sound reasonable? Like that we will talk with them, get some more details. And if
Yeah.
it checks all the boxes, then we can contribute 1,500 this year.
Yeah, basically, yeah, where's she gonna work, how long she's gonna work, who the candidate is, and yeah.
Okay.
Just talk to her, I guess.
Mostly one area.
Yeah.
Here.
Like, so is Fairview out of the question for you guys? Like I think Peace River, Grimshaw, Manning, great. Fairview's on the edge. Valley View for me is probably a no, like personally.
I'd be okay with Fairview. I think Valley View's too far.
Valley View's too far.
Just got a text from the piece of that.
Ah.
Maybe the student will come.
Yeah. Is that sounds good to everybody, Fairview? I just got,
Yep.
is that good for you? Okay.
Not desirable if you live in Rock Hills or Hotchkiss, but.
Yeah.
Still
A
fun.
starting point.
Okay, wants to make that motion. Councillor Doug?
Do I have it worded correctly there?
That looks good. And you'll just shoot us an email and let us know if you decide to go ahead with it, so we know what we're doing.
You'll catch it in the budget.
So you write up.
Funny.
Right, you write up other support, looking for higher level of support from NADC.
I thought Josh had a lot of templates. You just like change foreign immigrant to vet student or something.
Like use the AI.
Yeah, any other discussion? We're all clear on this? I'm not.
They also are asking for an annual commitment, not saying anything like that.
Or, we did say in there, I see that we took it out of there about having delegation in future.
Well, we could add that back in and ask for a delegation to discuss ongoing
You know, we can.
contributions. We're willing to do a one-time, maybe we should put in there. And approve a one-time up to $1,500. Okay, sorry, Mrs. Pepper.
Approve a one-time.
A one-time contribution up to 1,500. Based on a favorable report. Yeah.
I mean, rest of your delegation in future requests.
And potential for ongoing support or something.
So do you guys know much about NADC? Is what they saying about this letter of support is right now vets are not eligible for the $7,000 higher limit, or I don't know nothing about NADC.
We just had a meeting, I thought that's were all differently.
Yeah.
That's and then the doctors were 14,000.
I meant as a page to
I
my
can't
photographic
remember.
memory.
Yeah.
That was a week, yeah.
Yeah.
Trinity.
I'll ask her, maybe she has a template and we just change some letterhead and.
Trinity might.
Hey, any last questions or discussion?
Maybe after information and potential ongoing support, because if they want to keep this going, that's what we need clarification on.
Well, when I bring it back to council, I'll give you kind of what we discussed and whatever I made the call to give away $1,500 your guys' money or not. And then I'll just let you know, these are what it is. And do you guys want to keep going forward with the 1,500? And that's on you. And if you want me to just go back to her and say, just message us every year and like a little bit earlier in September and we'll say whether we're in or not. We can do that too.
Sounds good. Hey, all in favor?
Gloria was 7,000.
Yeah.
Is there a higher level than 7?
Nurse practitioner and 5 medical and dentistry 14.
Yeah.
Veterinary student is set at 7 per year.
Yeah, so there you go. That's exactly, they want to increase it.
Yeah.
Yeah, to what? So I'll ask her like what? Because if she gets a letter from us saying, well, we want to increase it to 10, but she's asking for 14, it's going to be pretty counterproductive. Yeah, Cliff Notes.
Okay, page 3, agenda, item C is the VSI.
We had the VSI AGM, I don't know, last week, 10 days ago. Pretty good meeting. Rick is the guy running VSI, stepping down. He was really good to work with, I thought, pretty on the ball. He's retiring, so we're actually got a posting on our social media looking for a person to do that. work. VSI basically, we cost subsidize, for those that don't know, cost subsidized services for like preg checking and stuff. One thing that happened this year was quite a few municipalities were drastically over the requisition asked for in February. Like some municipalities 30 to 90%, like almost double what they sent on. But I'm trying to understand how that got out of hand. So then municipalities basically have to kick more money in, right? It's not you just pay your initial requisition and then you're good. Some municipalities over the years, because of this, they went to putting limits on stuff. So I'm not sure if in some of these municipalities, like maybe there was a feedlot in the area that maybe decided to like breed a bunch of heifers. So they had a bunch of like increased cost for preg checking and semen testing bulls that made them get that crazy.
Something like, semen testing for like a guy that's selling bulls, like.
Oh, like a purebred outfit?
Purebred outfit.
But even a lot of these guys that not necessarily feedlot, but guys that breed heifers and for themselves or to sell them, and they want this palpation, just, you know, they're being kind of conscious of what they're doing, they're not selling something that can't have a calf, and so they never used to do that, right? Or
Yeah.
Most guys never, so all of a sudden, you know, with the high cattle prices.
And the heifer palpation, they're actually increasing the rate. They're almost doubling it, if I'm going off memory. Whereas before they were just charging the preg checking rate at $6, but they're upping it to about 11 or 13, 12, something maybe. And my whole thinking is VSI, we're subsidizing services. We shouldn't be subsidizing a service to somebody that is now turning around and charging a premium for the animal. So we should be doing no semen testing for purebred guys, but I wouldn't exempt purebred guys. I would set a limit on them because purebred guys still have their own bulls they use in their own herd. So we could subsidize that cost that they're turning around and using on their own cows. But any like 2-year-old or yearling bull that they're semen testing to hopefully sell as a premium of a good breeding bull, we shouldn't be subsidizing that cost, and it's cheap. They should pay for that themselves. And same with palpated heifers. Every palpated heifer I've seen like selling on Kijiji or is selling at a premium, like a $500 premium. So why would we subsidize their $30 palpation fee for them to charge like big money saying these are palpated heifers, you're going to have nothing but success, or they're pre-bred palpated heifers, so you're not going to have any calving issues. They usually put that on there as like a selling feature, and for all we know, they're not even palpated, but maybe they are. So I'm just saying on palpation altogether, like we should just either not pay it altogether or put limits on it. Like we'll cover the first 15, you know what I mean? Like if somebody had a heifer, they were, what, sorry?
It's only 30.
Palpating heifers is 12. 12
That's how much?
per animal, right?
That's the vet's fee, or is that the VSI? The producer?
Cover
$12, so it's 24, and then we cover half. So if you had a guy do 500 heifers, you'd be 12 grand, right? So I'm just thinking like our whole VSI budget is 50,500.
Probably full, the $12,000. That's three heifers.
Like you guys can obviously totally do what you want. So far, we've never had a problem. We've been pretty lucky that way. We don't actually have a lot of purebred breeders within the county, but I would just hate for you guys in the future for it to happen where all of a sudden somebody didn't catch it. Now VSI is phoning you saying we need another 25, 30 grand, right? Which it's probably not going to wreck us, but if you could avoid it, why not? So those are the two I would consider as putting either just totally just saying, because we can do that, we can just say we will not pay for heifer palpation, or we can put a limit and say per producer 15, 20, 30, whatever. And then semen testing, you could put a limit on it too, like most
palpation, like pre-breeding one. Basically, it's for heifers that you bring in that you don't know any, have any background on. So you're checking basically for pre-markets. On your own cattle, it's not, you know where your twins are and stuff. So it really isn't necessary.
Pelvis size, and they're doing a few things there.
Yeah,
but I mean, again, is that going to be a barrier for a producer? $24 if you want to, if you buy 20 heifers and say we want to have them, palpate it.
What if you brought in 100 heifers in March, like you bought, I say 100 replacement heifers in March that you're gonna start breeding in June over the summer, how many guys are gonna palpate all 100 of those heifers and then sort off 6 and run them back into the market to sell them? Or most of them guys just gonna grass them heifers and know those 6 are open, either put a red tag or whatever, and just sell them as a grass heifer at 1,000, 1,100 pounds and make the money on a, not real great money, but on a feeder heifer. I just don't know how many guys are, like, how big of a pain that is, right? Maybe if you got shorter grass, like real shorter grass, you'd say, well, I wish I knew what 6 heifers they were, so I got rid of them a long time ago. But if you're that short of grass, you're probably wishing you never bought the 100 heifers in the first place, right? So, like me, I would just say palpated heifers not on the table for us. If we start getting a lot of producers being like, why do they pay for that in Fairview? Like, you guys are screwing us or whatever, like, we could bring it back and look at it. I just don't think anybody's gonna be too upset about it.
This won't come until next AGM, next November now, right? So for now, it's still in place.
For now, it's still in place, but we're basically done the year end. So we just tell them for 2026, we're not paying for palpation heifers moving forward for the next year. He also did write a report saying that, like, our cost is way up this year, but last year we were exceptionally low at 37,000, whereas like the 10-year average before that, ever since I've been here, we've been between 47,000 and 51,000, and he's asking for a requisition of 51,000. So we're like right in the ballpark.
Our municipalities.
We only pay for our municipality, yeah. Well, anybody that owns land in our municipality, technically, right? Whereas, like, I don't know how much tracking you'd want us to do. That's kind of what the second part of my report is like, basically on his hours, the VSI, for him to manage the 16 municipalities in VSI, takes him 305 hours. He charges $97.50 an hour. They're looking to hire a new guy between 40 and 80. So just basically going on volumes of claims, we're approximately 7.5% of the claims. So it's $30,000 a year. It costs us about $22.50. And then based on his 305 hours of work, 7.5% is just under 23 hours. So the tracking is not a lot of work. And like, now that I'm retiring and you guys are going to have a full-time fieldman, presumably 23 hours of work is not a lot of work. Like, if I was full-time here, I could do the whole VSI program for the county for every single municipality, 300 hours a year, right? So I'm not sure if we can go on the VSI schedule and just have more of our own in-house tracking, because we tabulate a list of everybody and then we check the list and we send the list to Rick, and then Rick, as the claims come in, Rick checks the list to make sure they're on there. But if something is a gray area, he's reaching out to us to clarify anyways. So we kind of have 2 middlemen. The nice thing about the VSI is the vets have one person of contact to deal with and one person interpreting the rules for everybody. That's maybe the only advantage, and it's third party from us.
Right, negotiated with all the vets that's on the VSI contract.
Yeah, the vets agree. So if the vet wants to be a part of the VSI and the municipality wants to be a part of the VSI, the vets have to agree to the rates, right? So the vets don't charge more. Like, if we agreed to $24 on a heifer palpation, there isn't a vet charging 50.
Yeah, they're following over the veterinary, whatever the association is, they follow their guide, right?
We follow their guide to some extent, but on the heifer palpation, when we agreed to increase the rate, that was just arbitrary. He gave us a number of, I think we should increase it to 11.13. We chose the middle 12. And then we actually do stuff, from understanding Rick talk. We set our rates sooner than ABVMA because we had to agree to a 1.5% increase on services for inflation. So we agreed to that and it passed, right? So all the vets could come there as a voting member and say, no, 1.5% is too low. But I think only there's 2 vets there, Tara and another guy from Fairview. Yeah. And they didn't say nothing. When we agreed to a 1.5%, they were just kind of happy to have it because they know, because their cost subsidized 50%, producers are more willing to use more services, so they do better, right? So they weren't complaining about the rates there. So a little bit of it is, I would say, arm's length from the ABVMA. They kind of set their own rates, but I imagine they're very well in line, if that answers your question. So I'm not sure. It's not a lot of money. We can just keep running under VSI, just give you the option if you guys are bringing in a full-time fieldman. Like, I would have easily had enough time to handle this work myself.
Yeah, but like you said, you have 16 different fields and trying to, there'll be a dog's breakfast, I think, trying to keep track of it all, so I think it's better to have that one central manager to do it all. Maybe that'd be a job for you, a side gig for you, if you don't do this.
Yeah. I just don't want any more work. I got plenty of work with.
You know what, Matt, I'm just gonna say that, Gary's a cattleman, you're a cattleman, I'm a cattleman. I just think VSI, maybe he's run its course. I don't know if we're seeing any benefit from it, you know, like we put all this money into it. We put what, 40,000, what we budget? 50.
51 for this year.
You know. And
2025.
And are we really gaining any vets, right? We're still struggling. I mean, this whole idea was to incentivize vets to come work in the rural areas where people went, oh, they're subsidizing my fees so I'll go to the vet.
Yeah.
Before I wouldn't, so now if you have a C-section on a cow, that calf is potentially worth $3,000 if you wean her. You're gonna say, well, no, I'm not gonna go because there's no subsidy for me. I'm just gonna let that calf die. I'll pull it out dead later. I think those management decisions have changed from 30 years ago when this program was started.
Yeah, or from BSE even, where the animal wasn't worth nothing, right?
So I mean, I don't make my management decisions based on, well, I can afford to do this because VSI is gonna subsidize me, right?
Yeah.
I do it based on what works best.
I know other municipalities like Big Lakes County, they built that really nice vet clinic that they had there, and they have a hard time getting anybody, and they like actually subsidize a vet, like basically just pay them almost like a stipend, like here's so much money.
They
So
dropped out of VSI, right?
yeah, they're out of it because they're putting like $100,000 into that program, plus the clinic is basically free to the vet if they want to run it. Right, and Valley View has another vet retention program on top of VSI, on top of that, where they pay like basically a stipend, and especially for like people offering more mobile services from out of the municipality to come in and do mobile services, they pay so much money for that. Like if a vet tech was doing preg checking. So like, if you guys are willing to spend 50 grand and your goal is to have a vet, say, whatever your priority is, central to the region in Manning, you could just give 50 grand to that vet in some sort of grant or whatever, whether it's equipment or a scholarship. It was specifying like, we don't care about the NADC, but we want a vet in the heart of the municipality out of Manning, and like a large animal vet, where I think Jen's mostly doing small animal. If you're willing to give 50 grand, there's probably a better way to get a vet in the middle of the county than VSI, right?
Agreed. Or the other side of it is, and again, speaking from the devil's advocate, is it's a subsidy that's only targeting a few people, right? I mean, there's businesses and acreage owners and that never would have need for a large animal vet. They may need a small animal vet for their dog or cat. But
yeah.
So, yeah.
So is that something like, what am I hearing? Like maybe we get out of VSI together? Should we meet with Jen and try to attract another vet to Manning? Does Jen even want another vet in Manning?
No, I'm just suggesting that might be, ultimately that's where it ends up at. And for today, I mean, we're budgeted for it, we're okay, so let's carry on, but.
Well, we could still pull out for 2026, right? Like we haven't given the requisition for 2026 for the end of January, beginning of February is when they're gonna want that money, so. What I'm saying is you have plenty of options. If you want to do something else, we could do something else, right?
Except not money. Yeah, but except that there's this county is large, it's not just Manning that.
Yeah, but maybe we get the regional vets, like I worry about Grimshaw all the time, she threatens retirement all the time, and then what are we gonna do in the south, right? Like, and she services into our municipality.
Oh, yeah.
And it's tough, right? And I agree, like if the program isn't doing what it was designed to do, let's get looking at it. And probably sooner rather than later, because it's gonna take some time to roll it out.
I just want to interject and say that this probably should be a topic for our ag service board meeting. Not, you put this on under ag services today, just about the heifers and the bulls, and we'll deal with that. And I think this could be maybe have some more background information on history of VSI, what we paid, what we're contributing, just a whole bunch of things factor into it. And, yeah, I mean, I don't want to be the bad guy that says that we're gonna end VSI and not do anything, right? Whether we subsidize vets in Peace River or Grimshaw or Manning or all three of them directly. Would that be the answer? I mean, we found with medical doctors that direct cash subsidies never work. they're glad to take your money, but that doesn't retain them. Customers is what was retained them, so. I don't know, I think we should just stick with this agenda item today and put this on our ag service agenda, which we haven't had one for a while now. Maybe next meeting. We can have ag service. agenda.
January, probably end of January. No, we'll come back that soon, I don't think.
By then you'll know more about the regional conference.
Well, I would just need a little more direction on what, like, what do you guys wanna see? Like, what, you know what I mean? Like, do you
How we can
wanna,
leverage this money that we're budgeting now the best way for that attraction and retention, right?
but do you wanna reach out to like Big Lakes and see what they're doing since they pulled out to
Probably,
VSI?
for example, because they spend a lot of money and still got no vets, right? But
Yeah,
I mean, that'd be a good example of how not to do it, maybe.
get Tyler to come here or something and talk to us. Yeah, we could talk to, I just need to know what to bring you, right? Like you get, it's really easy to say, well, let's have a meeting, next meeting, but like, what do you want me to talk about? What do you want me to bring to you? So like, what are the avenues you're thinking we could go? So I just don't come here and say, well, here's an agenda, now let's just talk about it. And then everybody's like, we'll talk about what?
Well, all I'm saying is, and I don't know what, sort of either, but just we're having a fairly in-depth conversation about it, and I don't think we're prepared for that. We're trying to talk about different application on.
Yeah.
And bolt and semen testing.
Well, you did bring up getting out of VSI, not me. You did bring up getting out of VSI, not me. I was trying to keep it short. I was going home right away.
I think Terry's right, how to best leverage that money, get the best bang for our buck. Does that mean another bursary? Does that mean an incentive program? A grow your own program? How does that look?
At still spending 50 grand, or do you think we can do a better job spending only 25 grand, right? Or are you willing to go up and spend 100 grand to get a vet here? No.
That's your research, that's your homework.
Less is more.
I'll just ask Brent, how much money do you want to spend?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just accept that for, oh, no, do you want to do,
Could make a motion to remove that application and.
do you want to put a limit on semen testing bulls?
Limit bulls, I don't know how to limit bulls, the guy that's got,
I would say 10.
yeah.
10 bulls service 200 to 300 cows, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty generous, right?
Okay.
But do you have a
Yeah,
different?
that's, I mean, that's most of them.
If the odd guy's gotta do 12 or,
All what I know.
yeah, if a guy's gotta do 12 or 15 bulls, I guess he's out of pocket 2 or 15 bulls, right? Like that'll affect the hotter rates maybe.
Okay.
10 bulb per producer and then remove compensation. Right?
Yeah, okay, I can make that motion.
And do you want to include in there, continue with this BSI for 2026?
Should just give you orders here to do that.
Gary already told him too, we were gonna, the meeting.
I'll make that motion, please. Okay, all in favor? That's good, thanks, Dave.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, word reports, I'm going to review comments, otherwise get a motion to.
I got one comment, please start using the template that we sent out. Thank you.
I didn't have access to it, so I just.
I sent mine before the template was available.
Okay, no comments on the word reports, with a motion to accept them. Okay, we're gonna try Brenda, all in favor, carried. Info package. Nothing coming out of that. Okay, no comments on info package. The motion accepted, Gary, all in favor, carried. Keep them up, Teresa. Open mic, Dan, I don't gotta go. They'll head to MDLE's, must have some questions.
So for the Peace Regional Energy Committee meeting, that's on December 4, right? And that's when you're gonna decide whether you're gonna send a letter to NAPA, Nanny, and Irwood?
Actually, that'd be one of the things we'll discuss in your terms of reference, whether we'll expand your membership.
Yeah. And for the NADC bursary, I was still a little bit confused. Is Fairview considered out of the coverage area for you guys?
Say it again.
Is Fairview considered a little bit too far from your area, or is this?
So NADC gives a bursary,
Yeah,
and that their area is basically northern Alberta, from
Yeah.
Highway 16 north. So you can return your service anywhere within that NADC area. But we're kind of wanting to, if we're gonna contribute to it, we'd like to see them stay within our region, including Fairview.
oh, that's
Fairview,
Fairview.
Grimshaw, Grimshaw Peace River, I should say. But I mean, at the end of the day, if it's an NADC bursary, we don't control that, right? They could return for service anywhere within their region.
Yes. But there's a matching aspect of it, so if we're giving something, like the ones that we do for our students, we have a matching side that we could make them pay back if they.
Right, but I don't know what we're in exercises, we
Yeah.
don't know that, so that's something you want to clarify.
Yeah.
With them,
That's, great, thanks.
that's it,
If I have more questions, I'll just say.
reach out, okay? Decisions on delegations, so. The first one was just kind of bring us up to speed. We have a decision to make, right? Then that second one, I guess. Yeah, that's a big one. Become owners of a school.
So I have to leave right away.
Yes.
There might be questions for me on this one, so I'll just be civil, but I did text her too. You're gonna take over a building that you've had nothing to do with. I would probably spend some money and get a building inspection done. If we decide to buy that and then go in there and find asbestos, I do not want to deal with that from the accounting end, let alone the actual dealing with it. Probably not a risk. They said they did things, but I don't trust people anymore when they say they do things, so.
But that's where I think we have to get involved with infrastructure.
And, yeah,
They're supposed to do an inspection before they release it.
I would still do, you know, it may be not if it's provincial government, but. The cost of the building, if any, like if it's $1, that's one thing, if it's not, that's a whole other thing. I mean, owning a building, if that school ends up losing all their, and I'm speaking in hypotheticals, it makes it 3 years and then all the students leave. Now you have a giant empty
Yes.
building in the middle of Dixonville where we have to deal with a few other less nice looking buildings seemingly every year through a tax sale, so concerning.
That's fair to be skeptical.
Yeah, that's the other thing we have to talk to Robert Infrastructure about, because we were assuming like even if the society took it on, that if we after 3 years had to close, it would likely go back to infrastructure. That's what I got.
And then I was kind of confused. They gave us a budget, but then set a bigger number for rent. If I owned a building and was renting it to anybody, I would not be covering the utilities. The tenant would, and they would be paying me. So I don't think that's how they were pitching that. We would need to clarify that as well. And then the library as a tenant. Sounds amazing. They probably don't know this, but we fund the libraries. So us taking money from the library isn't as great as it seems to someone who's not us that funds the library. So financially, that's all the positive.
Okay, Nathan.
Is it? Oh, no. Am I sounding like it?
I could see you squirming in your seat during the
Me too,
presentation.
yeah.
Well, and it got better when they answered a few questions. It's just, that's a big investment with a lot of big potential.
It is, I'm not saying it isn't, but I'm just saying.
And then the timeline makes me squirm. It's,
Well, it's
yeah.
definitely a short timeline.
Yeah.
But I see she's put a draft motion there, and I think that's definitely our starting point. Is talk about the infrastructure, get some details before we make the appointments.
You'd have to, otherwise there's no way you could make the
But I
decision.
mean, I'm talking even before the Minister of Education comes down and saying, yep, you guys are good to go, which could be any time now, right?
Yeah.
But, yeah, so let's start there. And, I mean, this could be a great thing, I mean, that, help our municipality out, right? That these everybody else turned their back, well, not everybody, the school division and Department of Education kind of turned their back and said, you know, we're gonna close you down, and infrastructure, I'm sure, was waiting there to handle a demolition contract.
That's fair, and I agree with all that. I just, sometimes it feels like you guys pay me to just give you the bad news so that you can use that to make decisions. So that's why I sound so negative all the
Well, we
time.
have
But
a good example.
yeah.
Someone has to save us from ourselves sometimes.
It just always seems that my news has to be the bad news, or the, think about this.
Well, no different than the original finance minister.
Yeah, it's
wet blanket on everything.
Okay.
Quick.
All right, with that though, I do have to run, otherwise I'm gonna get phone calls for.
Well, thanks for your caution.
That's
Yeah.
all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so what do we want to do with this? I mean, I think step one would be talk with infrastructure.
Yeah, definitely, we need more details on it.
And that would be full council, or do you want to set a delegation, or? I mean, would it be virtual or in person?
Well, looking at timelines, it's probably gonna be virtual.
Yeah, I think virtual is fine.
Be a good starting point. They can lie too easy behind a screen, but
And I think full council, you know, it's a big decision, so, you know, everyone might have different ideas and questions.
and I don't know if we get the
Too
minister.
big of a decision.
If we get a stadium, if somebody, you know, some, little bit of.
The delegation made something of a. She said that there's contact details from,
Yes. It was similar.
and they're gonna send it to us.
She sent it to me. I did have it. I saw an email from her.
Yeah, Michael, the person.
Just a second.
Yeah, as long as it's not some low level secretary or something that we meet with them, I don't know.
Her name.
Well,
How old is the building?
Or,
Yeah,
How old is that school?
gosh, like the school itself is old, but they did a major renovation.
it goes back to
Everything.
the 60s.
Plumbing, electrical. It was
My big
completely
concern is
redone.
what Josh mentioned, is the asbestos in there.
That's probably in the
You know, the asbestos isn't a problem until you go to, we're gonna remediate it and tear it down, right? Asbestos, there might even be asbestos in this building, right? It's
The
not a
reno
problem.
was done around 2003.
Thought he said 6.
Or, gosh, it's like, I think it's from 2003 to 2007.
Well, the school's been there since the early seventies, right?
Oh, yeah.
Late sixties, you know.
The information she got was from a different person.
Oh, just a minute. It was Cashion that was here?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Here's our contact for Alberta infrastructure as discussed in today's delegation. Kate Austin, government of Alberta.ca.
I'll reach out to them and get some information.
Okay, somebody want to make that motion? Brenda?
Sure.
Okay, Councillor Sixty, all in favor? Carried.
We want to make a motion to schedule a follow-up meeting in January with AT, so that it's in their calendars and our calendars.
We can do that next meeting, maybe.
I'm just thinking, cause like they were a delegation today, so do we
Oh, I
take
see,
that?
with ATEC, you mean?
Yeah.
I think I put it in notes here.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't following your minute taking.
I normally don't put it in there, but it's important, so I didn't.
You have that for public works.
So something I was going to bring up, and I forgot to bring it with me, I don't know if any of you guys have seen that. Clear Hills County has a monthly little magazine with all their council, all their municipalities going on, it's got their minutes. It's a nice little, like a 6-pager. And, yeah, just,
So
we're talking about newsletters and stuff, and
I
I'll bring it next meeting, go ahead.
Oh, I put proposed delegation, but I thought he said after the provincial budget came through,
Oh,
and then you guys moved it, so I didn't know when you wanted it.
That's not gonna be till April.
Okay, so you want it in January?
The trouble is, I mean, Derek and Danny are good guys and they come in. Yeah, but then we never hear anything. There's no report card after, right?
Or do we wanna go like more in February, cause everything's gonna be at a standstill for Christmas into January, like let the ball roll for January, see them in February?
First meeting in
Yeah,
February?
and you'll be back and.
The 10th,
Yeah.
February 10th.
Yeah. And then that lines up good, cause I think, when's our zone meeting? I think it's like that Friday, right? Usually right around Valentine's Day.
Okay, so we don't need a motion.
So that's good.
Administration will
Yeah.
reach out to them and maybe they're gonna be in Hawaii, who knows, but find a date that works before budget, so whether it's February or March. If they say end of January, it'll be the end of January, we can work with it. Okay, anybody need a break before we go to camera? We're gonna plow through it, Maria's gotta go, we're already gonna be late.
You don't need me,
No,
correct?
4 o'clock, wait,
Go for it.
it's at 4 o'clock.
Okay, get a motion to go down. Councillor Reeve, all in favor, carried.
And I have, want me to pass those? You start recording?
It's just like old days when meetings went till 4 o'clock.